specifically answered or explained or responded to in the other resolutions. Resolution 156, material uncertainty relating to going concern. We're all aware of the current situation of EZEMVELO with budget constraints and the impact of the subsidy and own revenue being received. So we've also now created a revenue enhancement action plan with 24 initiatives of varying sizes and timelines. In terms of that, 5 projects are almost at the 100% or 100%, 14 are between 50 and 74, and 5 are 25 to 49%. In terms of the 5 completed, we've got the restaurant concessionaire, where we've got a concession being run by and the impact of the subsidy and Didima, Hilltop, ITHALA, and Midma. That's done. Our marketing plan. We have the annual excess live game removals, and then also the meat sales from the culling operations and hunting activities that we have. We're trying to try and push for events to be hosted at various resorts, especially at Midma. We know the Midma Mile happened 2 weeks ago. That generates a lot of revenue. We had a motor show last year sometime. We're hoping to have the same motor show and for people to come back. And we're hoping to have more and more events and then build and enhance on the Midma experience as well. In terms of other initiatives, we've got long-term contract reviews. We're reviewing all our existing contracts that we currently have. We had assistance from a team from ETIA as well, reviewing and helping us go through those contracts and to see how we can then make them more market-related. We're also going to look for expression of interest for some of our resorts to see what other activities can be conducted from the outside. We've got corporate funding and partnership products that we're currently trying to run and have initiatives with. And then we've got the commercialization program, I think, which has been presented previously, in terms of which we currently have 2 that have already gone out, and the other projects are currently in the process to go out as well. In terms of that's all the written items. In terms of the phases for commercialization, we've got 13 projects, which 5 have their feasibility completed as viable projects to pursue. And then phase 3, the several projects that have been identified, and the business cases will commence once phase 2 has been completed in August 2025. In terms of irregular expenditure, the first step was we had established a irregular expenditure team. I think it should also be understood that at the end of the last audit, our procurement manager and supply chain manager both resigned immediately after the audit. We then had a secondment from Provincial Treasury and from one of the other entities to assist us during this process. And the first step was then to establish the irregular expenditure team, which happened in October 2024. We then went through the process to identify all the outstanding irregular expenditure, as the issue with irregular expenditure was completeness, where AG indicated that we did not disclose everything relating to irregular expenditure. So the team went back to look into the audit reports from the prior years, all the findings from AG, and then identified and linked the same findings and payments from all those suppliers, all those examples in terms of what was irregular. And this is then now recorded in the irregular expenditure. As you will see, in terms of on slide 21, it's a summary of where we are at. So we had 321.7 million in terms of our opening balance. In terms of the exercise that has been conducted by the SCM team, they've then identified a further 217. And then in the current year payments to suppliers that we currently have, so those that were already irregular, is 27 million. So we're sitting at a balance of 566. In terms of assessment and determination testing, at the beginning of this year, in January, the team began utilizing the forensic reports to conduct assessments and doing the determination testing for the transactions. And then in terms of the current condonation applications, the team are working on that. There were some that came back from Treasury which were not accepted when we send that through for condonation. Those processes should be finalized by the end of Feb. And with regards to all the other irregular expenditure, we are doing the determination testing and going through the transgressions, and that should be completed between February and March, with an expected completion and submission through to Treasury and the various processes by the end of April. With regards to procurement and contract management, that resolution 158, in terms of that, we enhanced our SCM by appointment of SCM standing bid committees. So we've established standing committees of members to ensure that they have the training required, and they're also prepared and ready when we have bid committees that need to sit. Also, the review of irregular expenditure disclosures, that's linked to the previous resolution as well, in terms of examining for the completeness of all the irregular expenditure to be disclosed. And then also the identification of undisclosed irregular expenditure, again, similar to the previous resolution, is going through the contract files, also relating to findings from AG and similar items that in terms of what AG have raised to ensure that the total irregular expenditure that is disclosed is complete and there's nothing missing in terms of what would be disclosed. We've then developed the irregular expenditure register, a comprehensive irregular expenditure register now, including everything from all the findings that we then have. In terms of enhancing procurement processes, we've improved it by creating and streamlining checklists to maintain irregular expenditure. We also then have internal audit on board to assist us in terms of the files that go through before they are signed. Before they are signed off, they are also reviewed by internal audit. As mentioned, we're setting a final date of 30th April, but hopefully we're aiming to achieve this target before, once we get through the continuation applications, and to ensure that everything that is required for us to submit to Provincial Treasury is complete in the file when we do send it through, so we don't have any issues with regards to the submissions. In terms of Resolution 159, revenue management, one of the issues we had was AG. It wasn't a material finding, but AG did raise that there is a concern and risk with regards to the possibility of revenue not being completely collected at the gates. With this in mind, we then one of the gate. At HIP, the gate was managed by an external party. This went through a forensic process, so that company was then not renewed. We're now doing that in-house at the gates at HIP. We now also increased our revenue reconciliation processes by making significant improvements in terms of the process for reconciliation from the number of people at the gates to reconciling when we capture in our SAP records and then when we bank accordingly. So that has also been enhanced, and there's better controls in place in terms of the revenue reconciliation. And in terms of the gates, we're also now looking at removing manual processes from the gates and having similar systems that we have at HIP, Myanmar, and Royal Natal. So we're currently in the process of procuring those systems so we can have that streamlined when guests do come to the parks and try and avoid using manual processes, especially at the bigger gates that we have. In terms of Resolution 160 being forensic investigations, preliminary investigations were conducted, and then it led to the following conclusions. The need for thorough investigations on appointments, so that was done. As mentioned, the gate security company, the gate company that we had was one of those. It went through a comprehensive investigation. The suspicious involvement of officials and former board members, so this went through the forensic process. We've got the reports indicating in terms of the conclusions, in terms of those findings that have come from those investigations that have been initiated by the CEO and the current board. The non-adherence to SCM processes, the appointment of the security provider at the gates, and then it was identified that the necessary processes for SCM were not followed as we went through the detailed investigations that had come back. And also the inadequate experience and red flags in terms of the appointment. But again, this has come through in terms of the forensic investigation that has been conducted. I think on the last slide, we then have the allegations and the finding and recommendations and the progress. In terms of time, as you indicated, I'm not going to read through each of them, but there is the allegations that were there, the finding and recommendations from the various investigations that had taken place, and the progress that had then taken place, where we now have taken consequence management and actions that have been taken place in terms of that. A lot of the irregular expenditure have come from these reports and the findings that have come through, so that has been raised and included down in the irregular expenditure register. And then at the same time, it's now the irregular expenditure for disclosure. Additional training will be done for officials. Criminal cases have been reported to Hawks. Blacklisting processes in terms of those suppliers. As mentioned, the supplier at the gate and all the other suppliers, we then cancel the contracts, or where the contracts have ended, we have not renewed them. We have now started doing those in-house. They have officials that have been suspended and going through disciplinary cases. So that's the actions that we have taken in terms of the reports that we have. Thank you, Chair. I think that was.
Okay, are there any other presentations or representations from your side? Well done, that was very quick. All right, we'll now hand over to the members. We have a large group of members here today. I suspect it's for the next item. But I just want to advise on our procedure. As per a resolution adopted in December last year, I will allow the SCOPA member, sorry, let me set the scene. This is a SCOPA committee hearing. Therefore, here we ask SCOPA questions. In other words, public accounts. All right. We don't get involved in policy, strategy, the kind of things that will be discussed at a portfolio committee meeting. All right. We need to streamline our process. So if you have a public accounts type query, something from the report, something from the AG, something from research you've done, members, I encourage you to ask those questions. Secondly, I will allow the SCOPA members to have the first opportunity to ask questions. When they ask questions, as per our last engagement, it's a back and forth. So if I give a member of the floor, they may ask you a question saying, how are you today? And you must respond. And then they'll ask you another question. Exactly. Okay, so it's a back and forth between you. I observe it. And when that member is done, we move on to the next member. Okay. And then once we finish that entire process, then I will allow, if there are any members here from the portfolio committee who'd like to ask some questions, they are more than welcome to do so. Okay, so let me just quickly record the hands. Please just give me a second, Honourable Dirks. I just want to make sure I record this properly. Right, so Honourable Dirks is going to go first. Whose hand is next? Honourable Naya. Then Honourable de Klerk. Honourable Mike Lopa, aka CQ. Honourable Jungwani. See, I'm this on my phone. We are paperless here, you see. Anybody else? Okay, so that will be the first round from SCOPA members. Right, so Honourable Dirks, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I hope I'm going to ask a SCOPA question. If it's not a SCOPA question, you can tell me, you can rule me out of order if I don't ask a SCOPA question. I hope it's a SCOPA question that I'm going to ask. When they started the presentation, I had to leave. There's an emergency I had to attend to. I only arrived now towards the end of the presentation. But I whispered to my colleague here next to me to ask him that a report on the issue of you remember we done this, the site visits last year, Midma and other places we went to. So I asked my colleague here, have they reported on the progress on that little road that they were supposed to complete? They gave us, they will complete it within a month's time. I saw the other day the MEC of Finance there and the Mayor of Howick, and the road was not completed. But the officials gave us an undertaking that it will be completed within a month's time. And then they were also the cost of that road, how much that road cost. Sorry?
Can I just rule on that? I 100% agree with you. That is a public accounts issue, just as a way of example, because that is money that's been allocated by Treasury, by Finance, to EZEMVELO. So very much 100% a public accounts question.
Now I believe that
please proceed.
I believe there's been no report presented on the matter of the road, and we raised the concerns about that road that's not getting completed. And you asked the chair, say, give me the timeline. Just tell me when it will be completed. And they said 1 month. It's now end of February, sorry. And I believe the road has not been completed, and we have no report here. Then also the issue about those little chalets there, where they spent 10 million rand on those 3 little chalets there. And we said we want a report on that, but there is no report currently before us. So I just want to have an update from EZEMVELO regarding that matter. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, just before you can continue with your list, on the very same issue, the report here that is being spoken about is a finance issue. You see, the difficulty of sitting on both committees, it's sometimes you miss, which committee, so this matter. So because when they have to account on the report that is not there and all of that, we need to be, that's finance, it's not SCOPA. you know. But of course, if there's anything that has to do with that road, with monies that were, you know, and all of that, you know, but the report itself will go to finance, you know.
So just allow me to rule on that.
You know, Chair, unfortunately, it's just that I'm being disturbed here.
Yes, I understand.
Yes. So, but I'm saying, you know, as part of clarity and helping Honorable Dex, is that that report belongs to finance, not to SCOPA. Not that this matter cannot be discussed, though.
Chairperson, thanks for the explanation. And I just want to say I fully agree with you, but I also fully agree with, so let me make a ruling on this. The departments that appear in front of us have been asked to respond to the resolutions that we passed in the House last year. So they're responding to that. The issue that Honourable Dirks has raised is not part of those resolutions. So I agree fully with Honourable Glugwani. You are chair of the Finance Committee. They were not expected to report on this. However, I certainly think it's pertinent to raise it here. And I will allow the question, and I'm sure that the EZEMVELO will be more than happy to answer to that question. So it's a public accounts issue. It's also a finance issue, right? But any money issued to any department that is public money is a public accounts question. But we will not lambaste them for not having the report here. So I agree with the Chair, but I will allow the question from Honourable Dirks. But now, see, this is becoming a debate now on this particular issue. And I will allow Honourable Magabane quickly to interject. But then I'd like to move to the answer, because remember, members, I'll remind you always, when we are haggling, they're not answering questions. And they need to answer questions. Okay. So Honourable Magabane, please, briefly, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I believe that if it's money to be used by the public service, it still belongs to the SCOPA to be questioned. It can be a report that is expected by finance, but then whenever it gets that report, still we're going to deliberate on it. But the question is not wrong when it's being asked here. We're not out. We're not out of line.
But Honourable Magabane, we're in agreement on it.
We'll deliberate as well. Whenever it gets that report, we'll get on it.
Let's move on. I think my statement I just made makes that abundantly clear. I think there's just, I think this is like a classroom where I should move certain students to different parts. All right, members, please, order. Right. Can we please get a response on that? It's a pertinent question. I don't hold you accountable for not having a report here, because you weren't asked to do that, but it's a pertinent question. You can choose who's going to respond. Members, please, order. I will have to move you to different parts of the classroom. Okay. All right, yes. I think the chief whip will start acting like a chief whip. Discipline. All right. CEO, please take it away, and then we'll go back to Honourable Dirks if he's got anything else.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to the member for the question. I can confirm that last week we appeared before the Portfolio Committee for Conservation Affairs, and we presented the report with all these projects and timelines in terms of how they are going to be finalized. I was under the impression that the same report has also been furnished to the Finance Portfolio Committee. If it hasn't, I will definitely follow up on it. Starting with the Midma Chale project, in that report, you will see the progress that we have made, the appointment of the implementing agent that is there. The MEC for Finance has given us the crack team for the infrastructure to help us in terms of fast-tracking it. The handover on the site to the contractor to complete the outstanding chalets has been set for July, August this year in terms of the Midma revamp. With the Midma road, you will have, when the MEC visited us, in fact, the work has done. but there has been delays with the contractor, which we have now resolved. The contractor was not paying the subcontractors. We ended up resolving to pay the subcontractors directly. And in terms of the timelines for that project, which we are monitoring on a weekly basis, it's the end of March for the completion of the route. And there are certain parts that have been tarred when I went to visit that road. Some of the events that have taken place, the weather conditions, the rains, and others have also delayed the initial timelines that have been provided. Thank you, Chair.
Before I go to our next question on this, I just want to know who's going to resign. Because I asked that question at Midmar. I said, I was assured by many of you were standing there. We were assured this will be done by Midmar, by the race. Now, I was there because my daughter was swimming it, so I thought I'd take a drive. So I've got lots of videos and that, and clearly nothing, very little has happened. And I asked, who's going to resign? And there were some giggles and laughter, and I said, no, who's going to resign? Because you've made a promise. So who's going to resign?
Yeah, no, Chair, I think on that one, as I've indicated, in terms
Is it you? Are you going to resign?
No, I
Look,
think,
I'm not expecting your
if I recall your question about the resignation,
Yes.
where I took accountability, you asked the question after we presented the action plans for SCOPA into saying, if you do not achieve these action plans, who's going to take accountability? I took accountability for that.
No, you will remember that we were standing next to the dam at Midmar at the end of our long drive, at the starting point, just past the starting point. And I said, if these roads are not finished, who's going to resign?
No, Chair, I wasn't there. Maybe you are confusing
there's
somebody.
The point I'm trying to make is, please take accountability. I understand that there were difficulties with the rain and that sort of thing, but then also don't make crazy promises. You know, be realistic. Say we cannot finish this in time. Because that promise was made in early December, which was just before the construction shut down for a month. There was just no ways.
No.
And then, of course, you had the heavy rains. So make reasonable. When you come to a committee like this, you mustn't feel that you are terrified that you must, so we're done next week. Give us reasonable estimates as to when it's going to be done, because otherwise you end up tripping yourself up. It gets into the media, you look silly. I'm just saying, but at the same time, take accountability.
Yeah,
Right,
Chair,
move on now.
Yeah, Chair, I'm very sorry.
Are you having still problems there now?
Yes, I've got a serious problem, Chair.
Hey, bro.
Yes, a very serious problem because I chair finance. And now I'm becoming more uncomfortable when I'm being accused here that I'm defending the colleagues. I'm not. I've got no brief with them. I've got nothing to do with them. But I've got a challenge when we are sitting here on the issues that SCOPA requested the department to come and report by the 31st of January on specific issues. And now, remember that they are on, what is this thing? Oath. Remember, Chair, that they are on oath. And I'm expecting a report in finance on the very same issue. That is not part of the agenda in this portfolio committee. It's not part of the agenda. But now they are being asked, and I'm sitting here, and next week or sometimes I need to sit and deal with that same report. So I think we need to understand why we are here, and how does it, probably we will need to take this with the legislature, to say, how do we deal with this thing? in my own understanding, that the issues we're dealing with here are issues that are coming out of the AG, that we have seen them, that we, have resolved on them. But when we are coming with a new issue, just because we are sitting on another committee and we want them now to come and report here on that issue, I've got a serious challenge. Now, I'm raising this, Chair, firmly, which I believe that the legislature must deal with. Of course, they've got nothing to do with us that must deal with this matter. And I think it's a bit of a serious matter as far as I'm concerned.
Chairperson, before you comment. Yeah, Chair, I don't know. We went on oversight the SCOPA there. Was the SCOPA? Was SCOPA? Finance. Was finance? Yes. Oh no, then I withdraw. I missed it. We went as finance, not as SCOPA. No, thanks. I withdraw.
Chair.
Right, so listen,
Chair.
yes, Honourable Matlopa.
No, thanks, Honourable Chair. No, Chair, I think in future we must really prevent these issues that will just pop in when we have an agenda and something that we have agreed that we'll deliberate on. And what is worse is what the colleague is indicating, that the officials, when they come here, they talk under oath. Now, when you just bring a matter that is not part of what was requested, it's really unfair. I think, Chair, you must prevent that in future. I know that you are a Democrat. Maybe you just allow us to say something that is even not part, but we must focus on the relevant issues that we raise, resolutions. That's how you also open, as well as the MEC indicated that I'm talking on the resolutions that were taken. So we really not comfortable the way that it has been dealt with in this particular matter, to raise it in the SCOPA when it belongs to Finance, Chair. We have to register that.
Okay, I've taken the issues on board. I'm the chair of this committee for a reason. And my reason is that I come from a solid background in forensic financial investigations. My background says that if something arises from a public accounts point of view, we can ask the questions. I made it clear that I didn't expect them to report on the issue or have a report ready. However, and I'm ruling on this and then we're done. But members, if they make a statement here under oath, why should that statement be different to the statement they make in front of the Finance Committee? Should be one and the same thing. So they're changing versions, we should be very worried. Okay, so let's move on now. We were on Honourable Dirks. Are you done, Honourable Dirks? Okay, then I'll move on to Honourable Naya.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have a number of questions. Would you like me to ask them all at one go? Okay, thank you, Chair. So, I think I'll go for the questions so I don't lose my train of thought. So I'm referring to Resolution 154 and talking to the software. What specific challenges have you encountered in implementing the asset verification software, and how have you dealt with these challenges? And the second question relating to the software is, can you prove, do you have any concrete evidence in terms of a report that can prove that there's been improvements in the asset verification efficiency? Moving on to Resolution 155. I know you've explained the material misstatements and why that came up, but I just want to find out, this has been a recurring issue. And we understand that there's been, reports that have not been of good quality. Has there been any personnel or structural changes been made in order to improve the finance going forward? And then we move on to Resolution 156, talking to the revenue enhancement strategies. Now, we understand that there has been an increase in the net current liability of about 35 million rands, which is concerning. And also your creditor payment plan has increased, which ideally should be 30 days, but yours is sitting at 94.6 days. Now that you've put together your revenue enhancement strategy, has there been any changes in regards to your liquidity, your liability, and your creditor payment plan? You didn't cover that in your response, so if you could touch on that. And then what contingency plans are in place should this revenue enhancement projects that you've put in place not fail to meet your expectations, the expected targets? What is the backup plan? And I think I'll leave that there. I don't want to confuse you too much and ask too many questions on the same thing. Resolution 157. With regards to consequence management, you have indicated that there have been disciplinary cases and action taken. But has there been any criminal charges brought against staff members? And with regards to the discipline, how many people were involved in the disciplinary actions against them? Then I'm moving on to resolution 159. We've seen that you've put some plans in place to deal with the gate management. How long will it take to implement the same revenue collection model at Midma and Royal Natal? Thanks, Chair. I'll leave it here.
Okay, would you like to respond? Don't know who's going to do that, but over to you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the questions. With regards to Resolution 154, the procurement of the asset verification software, it's actually handheld scanners to assist when they're counting the assets as opposed to doing manual verifications. So we started using that. We had some issues at the beginning in September, October, but now we're using them. We still got some teething issues, but we are using them to count, or instead of manually counting, it's to scan the barcodes and then get that captured into the system. So that it just speeds up the process in terms of assisting, as opposed to doing manual verification and then ticking and then going through the system. So that just speeds up the process in terms of timelines of actual verification of the assets.
So just, my question was, what specific challenge did you have? The reason I asked that is we don't want to encounter the same issues again. So that is why I'm asking about the specific challenges that you experienced.
The challenges that were had were because of the manual verification and the timelines it was taking, and obviously certain errors that would be made when staff or colleagues are doing manual verification. So with the scanning, you're able to scan the barcode and then upload into the system. So it just speeds up the process and makes it much quicker and more reliant, as opposed to manual verification by human actually ticking and going through the process. So the software just enhances that process.
Sorry, Chair, I just want to find out. The question was, have you experienced any issues with the new software?
Oh, okay. But with that software, I thought you were asking about moving from
the new software.
So we did have some teething issues where initially we had issues with uploading it into the system and then getting it into the, once you scan, and then also with connectivity when we are out in far-lying areas. So when you scan, sometimes the connectivity and uploading it into the system, there are some issues with that process. So we've had some of that, and we've double-checked that as it goes through the process. Thank you. In terms of Resolution 155, being the annual financial statements, I think the impact, what I think for last year, for some reason, Treasury didn't review financial statements, but every other year, what we do in terms of a control measure prior to submission to the Auditor General is we submit the financials to Provincial Treasury for a review of that financials. We give them a file similar to how we give to the Auditor General, and they then do a review of the financial statements. It is the plan that we have for this year as well. Besides the staff that we have and the training that Treasury also have in terms of GRAP and reporting, etc. But in terms of the review of the financials prior to us submitting to the Auditor General, we will then give a copy and the file that we normally give to the Auditor General to Provincial Treasury to then do a review of the financial statements prior to us submitting to the Auditor General for audit.
So the question was, has there been any personnel changes within the department?
So not any personnel changes except for CFO obviously not being there now this year and well being suspended. But other than that, there's a position to be filled, which is the senior finance manager position. That would be the person that would review the financials. We are in the process of filling that position as it was vacant last year. In terms of revenue enhancement, I think in terms of the strategies that we have in place, there are the 24 strategies that we have. Some are bearing fruit in terms of the revenue, the ones that are completed in terms of the revenue concessions, the game sales, trying to enhance Midma in terms of having more shows. We had the car show, which on that particular weekend, we actually generated much more revenue than we had.
So I just want to stop you there. The question is, has it improved your liquidity? Whatever you've put in place is revenue enhancement strategy. So far, can you quantify any improvement in terms of your liability, in terms of your creditor payment plan, the number of days? Has there been improvement now that you've put this in place?
It's not an immediate overnight. So for now, it hasn't made a material change as yet. We've started this as of in the last financial year, so it hasn't had the impact as yet. Similar to the commercialization that we are having, it's a long-term process that we are going through. So some would be immediate, like the immediate shows that we're having commercialization. 2 of the projects have gone through. There's still the 13 to follow through. So it's the process as we're going through. So not something, as I can say, overnight we've now managed to turn the leaf in terms of liquidity.
And so what's your contingency plan? Should this plan of yours not meet your expectation?
Well, so far we have met some of the targets in terms of what we are aiming to achieve. It's cost-cutting measures and following the provincial treasury circulars and trying to cut costs where we can. At the same time, we also have the impact of Isimangaliso that we have to manage. So it's a lot of different scenarios all playing into hand at the same time.
So in other words, this plan has to work because you really don't have a contingency plan.
We try to diversify this plan as much as possible in terms of, if you look at the different items that are there, we try to diversify it as much as possible. So hopefully,
No, I do see that.
If something fails, something else will be.
I do see that. But has there been any engagements with National Treasury or any other financial institution regarding support for, or restructuring to address your liquidity crisis?
We are raising it via the department and with provincial treasury in terms of the current budget constraints that we have and the impacts that we are having. So we do have those discussions.
You can move on to resolution 157. My question there.
I think with the consequence management and the cases, I'll leave that for CEO to answer. And if I can just skip that one, so then then I can hand over. With regards to with the gate management plan to deal with the gate management, we are in the process with the IT to get those systems in place. So hopefully by the start of the new financial year, 1st of April, we should have those systems in place at Midma and Royal Natal. So it's just that when you enter, it's not manual; it's a normal ticketing system that would be.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll wait for
157.
the last answer.
No, thank you. Before I get to the consequence management, I also want to add on the point about the personnel change question that you posed. As we reported, I might be confusing committees if it's this, the suspension of the CFO. Some of the charges that we have put against her, they relate to this audit outcome that we are talking about. So one of the key personnel changes, Mr. Muller, who's seated here as the acting CFO, who's the chartered accountant and experience in this area and has once also worked for the AG. The department has also seconded another chartered accountant to sit in the senior finance position in order to help with some of those issues. So those have been the key personnel changes when it comes to finance. Under SCM, as we reported, we have the SCM manager who was seconded from Provincial Treasury, and also the procurement manager who was seconded from the ITHALA Development Finance Corporation. So those have been some of the key changes that have been there. In terms of the criminal cases, you'll see in the report, I think when we talk about criminal investigation, that we have reported to the Hawks. In fact, the Hawks have guided us in terms of the process of how do you report in terms of the PRECA Act, the Prevention of Corrupt and Combating Land Crime. So we've got a statement where we've given the reports to the Hawks. They've come, they've taken us, they've guided us to fill the form, take it to the SAPS for registering. So we have done that, and we've got those acknowledgement forms signed by the SAPS Hawks Land Statement in that regard.
Can you give us a number of how many employees were referred?
Sorry, come again?
Can you give me a number of how many employees were referred for criminal prosecution?
I'm not sure if Dev can help with the specific number. I won't have it on top of my head, but we can.
A rough estimate, below 10, more than 10?
For criminal cases, Dev, are you able to assist? Oh, yeah. Can I request that we provide, remember it comes from the forensic investigation reports, and some of them have got specific officials, but some of them, the criminal cases, is for SAPS to do further investigation, because the way that the findings were couched by the investigators is that there is susceptibility of fraud. So meaning that it still needs to identify as more people. But if my memory serves me well, it's less than 10 or 5 in terms of the length.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I must share Honourable Naya's frustration, and I'll get onto it later, but your report is not clear on that. And that's a direct issue that we raised. So I'll get onto it just now. Let's go to Honourable de Klerk. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I think it's important to take note of the fact that EZEMVELO has all the potential to be a financially viable entity that can make a profit. But notwithstanding this fact, it never makes a profit. When last did EZEMVELO make a profit? That's my question. HOD, whoever. When last did you make a profit? Surely you should know that, because you're working to making a profit.
If I may respond to that one. In terms of the structure of the organization, we've got the conservation services, which takes the lion's share of the budget. And most of the funding for the conservation services, it's funded from the allocation that we receive from the provincial government. In terms of our own revenue that we generate, Ibrahim, I think, will confirm the exact number. We raised, I think, close to 200 million. That is the money that we generate from the accommodation, the gate collection, and all the other activities that we are doing. So with this revenue enhancement strategy we are talking about, is to maximize now that revenue to make sure that we collect more in terms of that. But I don't think it will be fair to expect EZEMVELO, with the nature of its services, being the lion's share in conservation services, that by its nature is not aimed at generating revenue, to be able to be 100% self-sufficient immediately. Our long-term plan with the commercialization strategy is that once we've outsourced all the phases, we think we'll to maybe about 60%, where we will have been able to raise our own revenue in that regard. So I think it's important that that is put up front.
Good.
Thank you.
Now let's go to Resolution 155. The resolution is quite in detail. It speaks of the quality of financial statements is a concern. And under C, it says events, conditions can be disclosed that cause doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern, which include adverse liquidity ratios and Roman numeral 2, deficit in the current and prior year. Nowhere in your document you speak to that. Can you explain that? Where in your presentation do you speak to that?
Sorry, if you are referring to Resolution 155,
Yes.
it talks about the resolution, it talks about the outcome of the turnaround strategies to address the findings which we've dealt with, and also the adequacy and effective measures implemented, and the response element is below.
Sir. Exactly. What measures do you implement to work against the adverse liquidity ratios?
Yes, I think the whole, when we were presenting, if you go to starting from slide 10, 11, slide 12, slide 13, slide 14, slide 15, slide 16, slide 17. All those slides, they talk about those measures.
Give me one example.
The one example is it's
to the liquidity ratios on those slides that you are referring to. Just one example.
Chair, I think the CFO has already responded to the question.
Sir. Please, just one example. Because I'm putting it to you, I don't see it there. All I'm asking is one example out of all those slides.
If I can, I think that the impact of what we're trying to do in terms of the uncertainties relating to going concern, that will have an impact on the adverse ratios that we have. I think as the answer that the question that was asked by Honorable Naya earlier in terms of is it immediate, it's not something that we would see immediately, but these are the impacts, or these are the revenue enhancements that we're trying to do that will hopefully increase and make those ratios better, or reverse those the adverse ratios to become better ratios in terms of liquidity and cash flow, etc. So that's the plans. 156 is then responding to the going concern issue, which is raised in the previous one, where we're saying there are adverse ratios, and in terms of the creditor number days, etc., that have been raised by the Auditor General in terms of the report that we have. So how we are addressing that, or to reverse that, or to make that better, or to improve those adverse ratios, is with the plans that we have in terms of addressing the issues that we have, or the uncertainties relating to the going concern. So in terms of that, as an example, in terms of the completed initiatives of the restaurant concessionaire that we then have, we're no longer running those restaurants. We've got a company that's running it, and then we get the revenue from that, which is now enhancing that. But as this has only started in the last year, these are things that are in place. I think one of the material ones that we are aiming for in terms of turning the corner for revenue is commercialization, where I think it has been mentioned many a times that in terms of us, our mandate is conservation. So in terms of the revenue generation to be run, we're looking at commercialization as the way out in terms of actually working through the process, and getting us some of the areas commercialized. So in terms of the two projects that have already gone out and been advertised, once that comes through, hopefully that will generate revenue from sources that we had not generated revenue previously for. For example, those two lodges are currently shut down. We're not receiving any revenue from those 2 lodges. Once this process is complete, we'll then be getting additional revenue from those 2 lodges once the commercialization process is complete and we have a concession running in terms of those 2 lodges. That's adding on to the other projects that we have within the commercialization process. But as I said, those are in terms of the timelines that we have for that process.
You see, the difficulty that I have is, as the Auditor General said, that the financial statements submitted were not of good quality. I will argue that this report is not of good quality. It lacks particularity and clarity on certain issues. You are talking about commercialization, but there's nothing stating what is happening. It's just a high level, okay, there's a restaurant here, there's a new system here, there's nothing. That's what Honourable Nair also asked about. Where's the clarity and detail regarding that for us to understand if you are going to go the right way after the Auditor General chastised you? We need that particularity. That's why I'm asking, give me examples, but there is none, sir. It's just these high-level things of, we can't say now, maybe in the future we will establish what is going on. Surely there's timelines. There's timelines on when, what, how. I don't see that in your report.
If I can, so if I can refer you to slide 14 and 15.
Okay.
On, for example, with the commercialization on 14, we identifying the 11 projects and the approval dates and the process that it had gone through. And on slide 15, in terms of the 2 requests for proposals that have already gone out, the ones that I was referring to, Muntulu and Munyaweni, the competitive bidding process with the side briefings that were done. We then have the 2 that have been pitched and to operate. So that's currently in place.
Now, let me use as an example, page 15. Okay. Recommendations emanating from investigations. Bullet point 2, disciplinary action should be taken against relevant officials in that they failed to perform their duties efficiently, diligently when they set and evaluate tenders. That's it. What does that mean?
So I don't know if you're looking.
Where's the detail? So it's lacking in particularity. It doesn't help us at all. We need to know how much money was involved, who's the individuals, what position that they were they in, was any monies recovered, where in the process is it, when did it start, why is it still continuing, what is the delay? None of that is in your report.
Sorry, I'm not sure if we're missing each other. When I'm referring to slide 15, it's the one that's on the screen with regards to commercialization.
Well, in my document, anyway, you can show in your document where is the details regarding the disciplinaries. Because one of our pertinent questions throughout our resolutions is consequence management. Now we're sitting like the Auditor General. We don't get enough information, so we cannot make proper decisions on your audit. So we ask you, what is the consequence management? We get back nothing.
Chair, the slide, okay, now I understand the question. I was also getting lost. But if you go to the last slide of our presentation, the one that is in the table format, we do indicate that all those people who are sitting in those committees, they've been issued with the warning letters, all of them. Maybe what we did not do, which we didn't think it was necessary, but we can provide that information, is to provide their names and roles and responsibilities. But all of them have, and I think we indicated that there is only one case where it's actually going the disciplinary lender process. If you look at the slide,
Did they only get warnings?
Come again?
Did they only get warnings, sir? You say all of them got warnings?
Yes, all those that were found to have transgressed the laws, in terms of the determination that was done by the team that was set up, including our legal division, was that it's the warnings. Some of them has been the trainings, as we have indicated on SCM, as per the recommendations of the committee.
Yes, sir. Listen, I want to assist you as EZEMVELO. Do not understand or misunderstand what I'm trying to do. These individuals were the individuals that caused you untold harm with the Auditor General. Not following procedure, supply chain management. They are the ones that make you look bad and they get warnings. How's that possible?
No, Chair, I think in all fairness, there are certain degrees of contribution. As I've indicated, one official, where when we look at the contribution that they've made, we have determined that that one, we should be asking for harsher punishments than the written warnings. But for members who were sitting in the evaluation committee, when we did the assessment, we felt that the contribution that they've made, it does not warrant a dismissal in that effect or so forth.
Yeah, but
there can be consequences.
sorry, you see, if you don't have particularity in your documents, then I'm going to ask these questions because I don't know it. I don't know it. So that's why it needs to be there.
Okay.
I hope you understand.
Okay.
It will empower all of us. Let me give you just a last issue and an example. What happened with the Gates monies? Because there's a shortfall, or there was a shortfall that affected your revenue. It was stolen. What happened? Because if it's clear from the reports that you received less than what you should have received, what happened there? I know you've got a new system in place. I'm now worried about the past because we are looking at the past on SCOPA. What consequence management has been applied there?
No, with the gate company where we had issues with the money to be received, we calculated a value that we said was collected the money back from them before the contract was then concluded. And then we, upon obviously in terms of the SCM process, we can't just cancel a contract. So in terms of the timelines, when that contract ended, we didn't renew the contract, and we then started doing it in-house at the gates at HIP. But there was a value that we then calculated in terms of that was not correctly collected. We then set up for them to then pay us that value. So as much as the forensic investigation went through the process with them as well, and the contract was then concluded, we then collected the funds as well.
I would believe now that it's insourced, there will be no problem whatsoever.
Correct. So
why was it outsourced in the first place?
I think it was.
Why?
This was done.
EZEMVELO can't take gate monies. The reason why I'm asking this, I hear that you will never, it sounds almost like the department, the entity says it will never make profit. I'll put it to you, it will never make profit if that's how you do business. Because it's not proper business. Or am I wrong? Please correct me.
I think if I can add on to what the CEO was mentioning in terms of a profit, I think it's similar to how we budget, it's a balanced budget. So we're not budgeting for anything more.
Yeah.
And I think
but the revenue, you can receive revenue.
No, in terms of the revenue that we receive, I think once that together with our subsidy is linked to all the other expenditure that we have, we would aim to make a profit, but with the budget being balanced also, we then try and spend everything that we have. So at the end of the day, to make a profit means we haven't spent something somewhere along the line as well.
But you do agree to outsource the gates was a big mistake, at least with hindsight. Or aren't you prepared to even admit that? Because it makes me very worried that you as an entity are not candid and saying, look, clearly this was a mistake. We're moving back to a different way.
Sorry, I think the HOD wants to comment.
Yeah, let's just try and pin this down because there's still other members who want to ask questions and we are now
This
running
will be
out
my
of time.
last question.
No, that's fine. I'm not trying to close you down. I'm just saying let's just expedite. HOD, please. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. And I think, firstly, we would like to apologize for not giving the specifics in terms of information required, and I do think that we'll be able to provide that information. I think what may have to be done is to talk about the future EZEMVELO wildlife we desire, because I don't know, when I joined the department, the organization was in tatters. In fact, there was no one. We had to appoint an administrator. We are working on reconfiguration of the new organization. And as we are dealing with the merger of the two institutions, we are very clear in terms of what we want to see. But I think the colleagues are presenting at a time when we're trying to figure out even the operational model and the funding model of the institution. It is not operated to make profit. We do have sectors of the economy within ITHALA that mandate is to make sure that they generate revenue for us, for the state, as it were. But EZEMVELO provides services. But we do think that they do have a capacity and a capability to generate more revenue for their own sustainability. At this point in time, they rely on the provincial fiscals, but also we also get support from national government. And that's why we have to work on the reconfiguration and determine the future of EZEMVELO. So we're in that state now. That's why the CEO was appointed. And we thought that when we have a new CFO, there will be at least some sort of progress. Unfortunately, CFO is not there. That's why the quality of the FS is still in question. Because while we are trying to stabilize the organization, that the CFO is gone. All of us were taking even our staff members, and now we are seconding them to EZEMVELO to create at least stability for the next 6 to 8 months while they're able to appoint people. And we do hope by then we'll have merged SharkSport and EZEMVELO to create a new entity that will be much clearer in terms of what we want to see. And we are in that process. Unfortunately, the bill that seeks to merge them has not been processed, has not come before the legislature, because that will give a sense even to the legislatures to understand what is it that we want to create. But the funding model will be very much clearer for them. At this point in time, I can indicate before this House that they are totally dependent on the state for them to survive. The infrastructure that they have, it was not funded before. It's only now that they are trying. They have got infrastructure projects that they are trying to make sure that at least infrastructure is up to scratch so that the people will be able to come and utilize the facilities. So it's very difficult for them because we're still in the process of recovery. But I do think that once we have a new institution, we'll be able, working together with all of us, we'll be able to create a new entity with a clear purpose in terms of the funding model. But for now, I think that's where the problem is. And with the commercialization and all others, these are being tested. Of course, they're still going to be debated at EXCO. But I think the board has made a decision which are those that we think will make sure that they are financially viable. But it's still a process is going to go along. We were going to rely on national government to give us more money, given that even the donations now, they may be reduced moving forward. So we are in that state. So I thought it's important that we have that discussion, and I think we'll have a workshop with the portfolio committee relevant, and we'll take them through in terms of the future design of the new organization, as it were. At this point, we are still in the recovery phase, and the support is what we need. But the information required in terms of the detail, I think we can provide, because I do think that the colleagues do have, and we do apologize profusely for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There's just one aspect I missed. The asset register has always been the entity's Achilles heel. There's now a new system. Is there a timeline? When will this asset register be concluded? When? It's been something year in, year out. I think the first time I heard it, my beard was red. Now it's white. When are we going to see this issue being a non-issue? When will you be finished?
By the end of March, 31st of March. So to be ready for the.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to that. Thank you, Chair.
All right, we'll now move to Honourable CQ. We can make the questions short and crisp. I'll tell you why we are running over time, but I'm not too worried about that. ITHALA can wait for us. But yeah, I also have some questions afterwards. But thank you, Honourable CQ. Honourable Matlopa.
Thanks, Chair. We welcome the presentation and the progress that has been made by EZEMVELO. However, I think the clarity from the HOD now has shortened our questions, because it is clear that they are trying to clean up and come up with new systems to strengthen EZEMVELO. But there is irregular and collusion in awarding tender EZEMVELO. Because they indicated that on the forensic investigations, the progress they have given to us in the spreadsheet, we appreciate that. But one wants to check the process of blacklisting is in progress and will be completed by 28 February 2025. I'm just checking, when was this reported, now that these particular companies or service providers that they colluded was reported that it's going to be concluded on the 28th of February, because we are looking forward, we'll be following up on that. The other one is in regard, I think the colleagues have covered me, is in regard to the verification software. On the report is indicated that it will assist to prevent the human errors when you do it manual and so on. And now we are having this and you are being assisted by Treasury. What I want to check, you have indicated, I think my colleague have covered me because it's on the asset register. You have indicated that you have appointed there is an appointment of an asset verification specialist and ongoing asset verification process that is going to assist on that. Maybe we want to know how many those specialists that you have appointed. Do they form part of the consultant that is being counted here, that you have got a consultant? And also that consultant, how long is going to be in the department when you have already appointed other specialists that will deal with this issue of verification as well as the asset verification process? I want to check on the consultant, because government once raised the concern around the issue of the consultant. When was that consultant appointed? When is going to finish the task that has been given to the consultant? Is it part that in March that consultant will end being there because the asset register will be finalized? Maybe if we can get a clarity there, because we have hired a lot of specialists, but we don't know the number that will also do the very same work that the consultant is doing. Is there any training of the internal officials so that when the consultant leave the work, the officials continue with the work? Because I don't think we can keep the consultant for a longer time, because they are more expensive, the consultant. And I think my colleague was asking a relevant job. Why do you really outsource in something that you have got a staff? Because you said you have got a specialist that you have hired. I'm not going to ask the others because I was covered when the HOD was summarizing the challenges that the EZEMVELO is facing and trying to correct those. Thank you.
Okay, let me start with the issue of the blacklisting. Okay, thanks, Chair. I think the team will respond to that. In terms of the process of blacklisting of the companies, we have been advised by the provincial treasurer that we cannot just as EZEMVELO be the one blacklisting them. They have to be blacklisted on the side of the CSD, and there is a process that is involved in terms of you getting to blacklisting land of them. You need to give them an opportunity to put these issues to them that were found from the investigation, get their representation, and then you are able to submit that to provincial treasurer. So the team has been seized with that work now of identifying, because it's not only one service provider. Remember the forensic investigations, there were a variety of them, some from the Office of the Premier and also some from the other company that was appointed by the department. So it's that process that we've been embarked on as guided by the provincial treasurer to make sure that all those companies that in the findings were recommended to be blacklisted, we follow that process to the T. The issue, I think the issue about outsourcing as a follow-up to that one that you are raising. Okay.
If we are saying to be completed by 28 February 2025, what is the meaning of that? You have explained the process and who is dealing with it. If you say completed, is it that they will be blacklisted by 28 or it's still a process?
Yeah. As I've said, from our side as EZEMVELO, all the guidance that the provincial treasurer has given us guidance, will have completed all those processes, putting the charges that were, the findings that were made against them, giving that opportunity and submitting all that information to provincial treasurer to blacklist them on the CSD. As EZEMVELO, we do not have any mandate or authority to blacklist the companies. But what we can do is to submit the compelling case after we have done all those processes. We thought that just submitting the findings of the forensic investigators will be sufficient, but we advise that this is the process that we have to follow in order for treasurer to be able to then process the matter. I wanted just to touch. I'm just touching in passing.
Maybe Chair, it's what is written on the report. I understand it's a process, but it's like the process of blacklisting will come to an end by 28. But now the process of EZEMVELO giving information to treasury, if I hear you very well. But it must reflect that it's a report, because when we come back, a person that will read without that clarity will think that it's a finalization of a process of blacklisting. Maybe if it can be amended, like to say that the reports, all the required report for blacklisting to be submitted to Treasury so that it can be clear. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll do that, Lando Chair. In terms of, I wanted to address again this question of outsourcing versus insourcing. If you look at our revenue enhancement strategy, in fact, even before the findings of the forensic investigations, we had already said, as part of maximizing our revenue, we need to review these historical tendencies where EZEMVELO have outsourced some of the functions to try and insource them in order to reduce the cost that we pay and maximize the revenue for the organization. So it's important also to look at that light that it was our deliberate strategy of revenue enhancement to look into that. Can I ask the team to respond to other specific questions?
Thank you. In terms of the consultants, it's one company that we've hired. So it's that comes with various specialists. So they have 13 specialists, including CAs, engineers, quantity surveyors. The main reason for them is we don't have that capacity in-house to actually do the conditional assessment of the roads, the fences, the buildings that we have. I think that's been a major issue with the Auditor General in terms of saying we've got the buildings that are there, but the value that we have for the buildings or whether they impaired and the value that should be assigned to those buildings is not correct, or we haven't done the correct calculations historically because we haven't used qualified people to do that. So in terms of it being in-house or outsources, we don't have the capacity in-house in terms of the engineers, quantity surveyors, etc., to do that impairment testing for those buildings. Hence, they're doing the full exercise across the whole of EZEMVELO for all immovable assets. They're charging us by in terms of the hours that they do and the rates. So approximately it's about 1.8 million excluding VAT. But they're doing it over a period of 2 months because of the tight timelines that we have. Hence, we said by the end of March we'll be done. So their deadline is the 15th of March to have that report back. Actually, in the prior year, they did do for about 42 assets or so, which AG said in terms of the report that was provided, they were kind of happy with the report that those consultants had done. So in terms of the issues that we had, we went back to them to get them to come back and assist us to get these assets done. And that's the timeline. So it's not, we don't have that capacity in-house. Even the handing over of some of the knowledge will be there, but a lot of it is done because these are specialists, quantity surveyors and engineers that are doing those verifications and providing the reports for the assets. In terms of the scanning system, we procured 20 scanners, and the total for that whole order with the scanners was approximately 560,000. But it was for 20 scanners that we got to then scan for the scanning of the assets. So that's separate to the consultants that we then hired. But it was one company, so it's not various consultants, one company, and they've got the various consultants within their ranks that they have then sent out to get this done in the period of time that we have to make sure it's done before the end of March.
Chair. No, thanks for response. But on a follow-up, I want to check. I asked the time frame for them, and they are indicating that because of incapacity in your entity, now you hire them. Is it in ad hoc, or you will invite them in a yearly basis, or they are just continuing wire? And in their continuation, or whilst they are working with you, is there any transfer of skills to the staff in the EZEMVELO, so that we know that we are not going to always call other people, because you said it's a variety of capacities, the expertise that you want from them. But what we want to know is that, are they transferring the skills to the officials in the entity?
In terms of,
and also the deadline, you said they are appointed. I don't think it's open-ended. You say you hired them on that date. That date is the expiry. You indicated that 2 months. I don't know whether after end of these 2 months, it will be the end of them being there, and then you'll recall them if we are having another challenges going forward.
So it's for the period of them doing the verification. So they build us according to those hours. So once they are done, it's done. It's not a continuation. It's not a evergreen or never-ending contract. Once they get the asset register and get those values and the conditional assessments done, the job is then done from their side. So it's not that we will continue with them thereafter to be on hand. The idea is to hopefully get the asset register updated with these conditional assessments, and then we can then monitor that, because then all the asset register will be updated for all assets. And then we'll monitor if there's changes thereafter from there. If something gets worse off, then we do an assessment for those buildings. And in terms of the handover, they are working closely with the asset team. In our asset team, we only have an asset manager and an asset administrator. That's the team that we have for assets. So in terms of that, They are working closely with them, but this is specific skills in terms of them being quantity surveyors and doing those assessments. So as much as they can transfer, they will. But again, it is specific and specialized skills in terms of performing conditional assessments for roads and the fences, etc. So that's quite in terms of the handover. But it is limited. It's not that they will continue thereafter forever. And their timelines was 2 months. So by the 15th of March, it is their timeline to complete the project. At this point in time, I think I've indicated they've done 50% of the number of centers that they had to do. So they are, in terms of the target and the timelines, they are on course for that as well. Thank you. I think, Chair, that covered your... was 2.1.
To find out what you own. So to find out what you own and verify and value what you own.
Correct. I think the biggest concern is the valuation of it.
All right, I'll come back to you just now. Right. Okay, it was Honourable Glungwane next. Glungwane. Been very patient.
Thank you, Chair. You bear with me. I need 45 minutes. No, I'm kidding, Chair. I'm going to be very because I'm by and large I'm covered with a number of interactions. As part of your what do you call it? But for your liquidity or cost recovery, I see you are focusing on culling. Why do you prefer culling as opposed to commercial hunting, which I believe should bring more money than culling? That's my first question.
No, thanks for that question. Actually, it's not that we prefer one over the other. You are correct. We use hunting, culling. Basically, what we are saying for culling is that for culling purposes, after our scientific team have gone out and assessed the population of the animals, and then they will determine how many animals we can put for culling, and then we will come with the strategy for culling. The hunting, it's actually one of the packages that come as a result to help us to achieve the target of the culling. So we do use that in terms of hunting, and as part of that revenue enhancement strategy, we are looking at increasing the sites for hunting, because we have recognized that it's got more revenue. Thank you.
Yeah, as a follow-up, Chair, it's just that here you've indicated that you only got 192,000 that you've generated out of meat sales. That got me worried that really your strategy is more on culling. Of course, you've indicated you generated 4.8 million on the auctions, you know, but I do not think that you focus more on the professional hunting, and I don't think that you have made that one of your priorities in the province. There are many people who do not know or who would want to do hunting, you know. Yes, just one of those. It's your customer, you know, and of course there are many people. So I'm just worried that it doesn't seem that you have focused more on hunting, you know, during those seasons that they open for hunting. And I think that's what you must really try and prioritize. There are many people who would really be interested, you know, to do game hunting, you know, ethical, of course. The other issue is probably because it's an unauthorized expenditure related question, Chair, relating to the, I know what, for over 5 years now, you've been renewing the license of the pilot who was retired a long time ago. And I think that's one of the issues that the AG has highlighted. I know in one of the reports here, you highlighted that you had tried an option of an internal training, which has not worked. You know, what measures are you, you know, so that, because this issue is going to come back next year. It's an issue also with the AG, that you have not finalized the issue of the pilot, and you continue to now employ someone who has long retired, which says there are no young people who can actually do this work, which is not true. So I think that's the other issue that I wanted to get, but and then make a comment, Chair, that I think colleagues were making serious input in saying these entities got a potential of increasing not only their own books in terms of revenue, but also in terms of the provincial tourism, you know, and increase our worth as a province. We visited a number of your things. I mean, your what do you call them? The reserves. They are good, but I think we are not good. Also, we are not doing well in terms of marketing, because when you check in terms of visits, you find that of course, there are seasons, but you should really be getting a lot of international visitors throughout the province with the assets under your belts. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. We welcome the input. I think on the issue of hunting, you are correct. It's something we'll definitely look to maximize. I must state this because we are testifying under oath that there are different views also in the organization in terms of the issue of hunting. So, but we are trying to say, since as the organization supported by the laws of the country, the issue of sustainable use, it's actually allowed. So under those bases, I think that's exactly then what we are trying to do. Some of the meat sales that we talk about there, it's after the hunting packages have been offered and they leave the meat in order for us to be able to sell. One of the other issue we are looking at as part of hunting to also certify the concerns for people who are anti-hunting is the green hunting, where people, they come and hunt, but they don't kill the animal, but they dart it with the gun, and then they can take a photo, and then the animal will still be alive. So, but thank you very much for that contribution. On the issue of the pilot, it was not the AG finding. There is no finding of the AG around the pilot, but I remember it's the matter that you had raised in your committee when we appeared before the finance portfolio committee. But I can confirm that it's definitely not an AG finding. But in terms of what we have done there, we have, after appearing before you, we have actually gone to the office of the Premier to request for that post to be filled on a permanent basis. The other plan, as I reported in your committee, we felt that after engaging with experts, it was not going to be sustainable, because in the pilot industry, the issue about the hours that you have flown, it becomes quite key and critical. So to get someone who doesn't even have hours under their belt will have been irresponsible to do so. But as we feel this position on a permanent basis, we will be taking into account the issues of empowerment, which I think it's in the job description that is there. I can't agree more with you and other members in terms of the potential of EZEMVELO in terms of revenue generation. That's why we are accelerating the commercialization strategy and all the revenue enhancement initiatives. Thank you. Yeah, Chair, this is for you because it's on record. You indicated earlier on that you were with me at meet. I want to put it on record that I was not in that oversight visit. Maybe you were confusing me with somebody else. Thank you.
This is like hunting microphones. Right, let me just quickly get into my questions quickly as a SCOPA member. I'll be very brief. I'm concerned, I must be honest with you, that it's costing us 2.6 million. It's a lot of money to work out, number one, what we own, and number two, what it's worth. And I'm concerned that that is not part of a normal function and process in the department. In the entity. I think the HOD should really take note of that. And we need to come up with systems that enable us to do that thing in the normal course of business through the staff that we have already. Because if we need to do this again further down the line, we're going to have those costs again. How do we justify those costs to people that are facing a daily struggle to survive? That we spend 2.6 million just working out what we own and what it's worth. And I understand that's a big job. I do get that. But if you're running a proper asset register at all times and keeping it up to date. So I hope that this is going to be a starting point and a departure. We don't have to do this again. That we just keep it up to date. Like anything, when you let it go for a long time and then you have to suddenly fix it, it's a huge amount. All right. And I'm sure the AG would bring that up as well. All right, let me just move down. I'm just going through your department. Right, the restaurant concessionaires, 2 questions there. This is going to be how long is a piece of string, but have you done forecasting, number one, on the restaurant concessions? And have you forecast how much in revenue would be generated? That's a quick fire question. Any answer? I don't need a long answer. Just have you done forecasting and have you worked out what sort of money you might be looking at?
Yes, greetings, Chair and honourable members.
Please speak up.
We've done the costing. We've done the forecasting, Chair.
Yeah.
I don't have the figures with me. However, per annum, minimum that we are getting, it's close to 1 million over a period of 5 years. So we've done that over a period of 5 years.
Is that in the restaurant?
On the restaurants, that's correct, Chair.
Not coming through the gate, I'm talking about the restaurant.
The restaurant, that's correct, Chair.
You're doing 1 million turnover in all the restaurants across the...
That's correct. There's about 5 restaurants.
What's the GP on that?
That's there's 5 restaurants.
What's the GP?
Beg your pardon, Chair?
What's the GP? Your gross profit?
I don't have those figures with me, Chair,
You see,
but I can
okay,
find out.
this is exactly what Honourable de Klerk, you can't come here with that sort of figures. So please take this and learn from it. When you say to us, we've got restaurant concessions, the question was from the AG is, are you a going concern? And that is a legitimate AG question, and it's a legitimate SCOPA question. All right. So when you say we're going to go with concessions for the restaurants, I like it because you're turning it over to commercial people who know how to run it. But you can't say we're going to make 10 million. You've got to tell us the GP, because that's where the rubber hits the road. You know, you spend R1 million to make R1 million, and you're making R1 GP. That's not much use to your revenue income. So in your presentations, you've got to say, we've done forecasting. This is how much it is. This is what the GP is going to be able to contribute this to the fiscus. Okay, please don't come with, I don't have the figures here. That's not good enough. All right. Okay. Yes, you got something to say quickly?
Point taken, Chair. I think I'll be able to clarify that matter.
Well, okay.
However,
everything you've been asked today that you don't have an answer to, HID, I need a report, please. So please note all these things where you don't have answers, and the next time we meet, have the answers. Okay. Think what are these people going to ask, and just think it through. It's a test that I apply all the time. Think it through. Assess the job. Okay. The next question is, on what are the conditions of the concessions? And let me give you a context here. It's all well and fine that you say, you know what, I know Tim, he's a great guy, and I think he could be a great restaurant guy. And so he gets it. But Tim's a complete clown when it comes to running a restaurant, because I have no experience how to run a restaurant. Because remember, you want these people to be a revenue generation machine, right? So what is the conditions that you are applying to award these concessions?
okay, Chair.
Who are we dealing with? Are we dealing with some guy who thinks that he can run a brass stand, or are we dealing with people who really know how to do this? People who are experienced in the business.
That's correct, Chair. Okay, Chair, the fundamental requirement was that they need to have done this business over a certain period of time. I think in our terms of reference was that the minimum was 3 years, and they should understand how to operate such an operation in a protected area, because there's issues of disposing waste. And the second aspect that I need to emphasize is on the revenue side, which is a point that I tried to say earlier, is that the structure of the finance, it's a combination of fixed and variable cost. There is a fixed concession fee that they need to do. Over and above that, there is a percentage which is based on their revenue that they are making, and that revenue is based on the number of people that are coming into the restaurant. One of the conditions that we also put was that they need to have a breakfast, so that at least we maximize the revenue on people who are sleeping over in our facilities. Lastly, Chair, is that they needed to employ people from local communities largely. However, that needs to be done fairly and based on merit, not just because people are coming from local communities. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so essentially the concessionaire is taking the risk.
Yes. Yes.
We're not putting huge amounts of money into getting these concessionaires set up.
That's correct, Chair. They are also responsible for maintaining the movable assets within the restaurant. However, immovable asset will be the responsibility of EZEMVELO, such as buildings.
I don't want you to come here with your head in your hands in a year's time or later this year, say, you know what, we started this, we spent 2 million setting up these concessions and we've lost that money, or, you know, we just haven't broken even or whatever. So if you're selling the concessions, that's great. Well done. Let's just move on then quickly. Just one thing I picked up, and this is just personal experience, your receipts control. We spoke about that. At the various facilities. This is a simple issue, and I'm just trying to work out how you differentiate. I was at Midmar weekend. My daughter was swimming, and fortunately she finished. We're very proud of her. When I arrived, I paid my 300 Rand. I was glad to see it wasn't just a cash option. I could pay by card because that's tightens things up a bit. But I got a receipt, a little blue receipt. On it was stamped 300 Rand, so specifically was for that day. But it didn't say EZEMVELO Midmar. And obviously it had a serial number. So it looks like this is just a standard EZEMVELO receipt book, or, you know, something you issue when somebody's paid their entrance. How do you determine whether it's Castle or Midmar, whatever the case may be, if it doesn't say it's Midmar? And what methods do you have in place to say, for the Midmar weekend, we started at, it's a simple stuff, you know, we started at book 000001, and we are now at book, you know, receipt issued, so we can say so much came in, right, there's a tie-up. Because there's always that temptation by officials to possibly say, hey, this guy's just giving me $300. So easy for me not to just give the blue slip if they don't demand it and put it in the pocket. How do you tie those up? Do you have a methodology with that? Is that something that you do over the weekend? Is it something you do a year later and then realize, yo, okay, we're a bit short here? Because controlling the money received ties up with the receipts is super important, like in any business. Now you're back on.
Certainly, so we
Okay, yeah, can you just respond to that quickly? Just your receipt control methodology.
That wasn't to get you to stop, Chair.
Because we are talking about, it's close to R1 million in receipts taken over a Midmar weekend. I don't know what the last one was. 24 was 896,000.
Correct.
It's a lot of money.
Thanks. The Midmar weekend is run very, very different to the normal running of the gates. So normally we would charge per person, but because of the numbers over the Midmar weekend and the traffic that it builds up, we then charge per vehicle. That is not the normal charge at the gates. We go to Midmar over a normal weekend. So the receipt book is given to each person that's responsible for the book. Once they're done with the book, they must go back to the office and then it's tallied up in terms of the cash. And if there's a shortfall, that person has to pay in. So we manage it at that specific point in time. Okay. So if I give you the book with 100, you've got to come back with 300 by. So each person has a book, one for SUVs, one for vehicles, one for buses. So that person with the vehicle one has to go back to the office when his book is complete or her book is complete, with the cash tying up to that or the credit card slips tying up to that. So it's managed on the day, and then cash, and we get the cash.
That's fine. So you do a reconciliation
on the day.
Correct. It just crossed my mind when I went in. I wonder, you know, simply because we've been engaged with you. Yeah. Correct. All right. Then finally, if I go to that last page, sorry, just on slide 23. Talking about SEM bid, standing bid committees, are you considering the transparency methodology that's been exhibited by Public Works recently? Let me see, Public Works is now every single bid evaluation committee, bid adjudication committee is filmed and recorded. Are you considering something like that? And if you're not, I'll just commend it to you. It's a very good way of bringing things out of the shadows and making it a transparent process. But I don't want to ask you that question. Just keep in mind, it's a good methodology. And if nobody's got anything to hide, nobody should have an objection to that. Right, now, the consequence management, and some of the members have raised it, but I've just, once again, lack of particularity. We give you hassles here, we give you gears, because you're not giving us the info. Okay, so if I look at slide, what is it? It's the last slide, I think. Yeah, it's the last slide. It's the second to last slide, 28. So your table here says, let's just read the allegations. Alleged irregular awarding of tender number. Next one is receipt of gratification. That's taking a bribe in simple language. Irregularities and collusion awarding tender. Deficiencies in accounting at cash. Exactly what we've just discussed. And like you can't reconcile. Irregular awarding of security services tenders. Then if you go, so findings, recommendations, fine. But then you go down to the bottom here, and there's just one block but it doesn't tie up to the lines. Are you with me? So, for instance, receipt of gratification by senior official, no further action due to lack of evidence, and then it doesn't tell you, the lines don't continue in the table. So you've got a whole, under progress, you've got a whole list of things, but you're not lining them up to the issue. So I don't want to belabor the point. I would like a detailed report sent to the committee on each of these issues, explaining a short précis. So, for instance, the bribe one, tell us why we didn't do anything. No further action. Then you've also got to consider that if somebody in your organization accused somebody else of taking a bribe and it appeared to be false, are you taking action against them for laying false charges? So for every action, there's a reaction. It can't just be, it just dissipates into nothing. That's how energy works, right? So we've got to, every single one of these should have a story as to what happened. And I'm very, very concerned here. Deficiencies in accounting of cash. Deficiencies were noted in regarding the accounting of cash that open criminal case and will seek legal advice for the recovery of 4.9 million. Okay. But then you see, if it followed through in that table, would say case number, at whatever police station, matter referred to NPA. But here it just said to us written warnings. So it looks to us like somebody's given a written warning for a 4.9 million rand loss. We're going, whoa, what? You see what I'm saying? So just get your reporting good, and please can we have a full report on all of those matters? And certainly if somebody was involved in gate takings worth 4.9 million rand, I certainly would think that we'd be going after them with everything we've got. Okay, all right, that's me. Okay, so now we come to the point where we will now allow non-SCOPA members, if they would like to ask any questions. Are there anybody on the virtual platform? Members? I don't think so. Got a hand up. Okay, all right. Honourable Member Winkler. Sorry, let me come to Honourable Winkler last. Are there any members here that are non-SCOPA members that would like to ask any questions? Members of the Portfolio Committee, ETIA Portfolio Committee? No, okay. Let's go then to Honourable Winkler.
Thank you, Chairperson Bratiseth.
Thank you for your patience, Honourable Winkler. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having us in the meeting. So my question, the first one is around the operators that manage the gates. I think it was at Midmar, and there was some, I think, allusion to a tender interference. I just want to know how much were those tenders worth? I know that the contract had now been terminated, but again, how much were those tenders worth? And I did receive the answer earlier about how much variance there was in terms of projected income from the gate fees and what was received. But yeah, that's a separate question. Then the other question is around, sorry, just give me a second, the 10 officials that were reported to the Hawks and the nature of the cases. I think it was less than 10. If you could perhaps give some explanation as to that and who those officials were. I think that was also mentioned earlier on about the detail and clarity that's required. And then the other is the question, I think it was broached by Honourable de Klerk on the profit that the entity makes. Now, I understand that there are commitments to conservation, and so if there's profit remaining or outstanding, that means that the budget hasn't been used. But in a situation where you have massive conservation efforts required here in KwaZulu-Natal, and the fact that there aren't enough resources to hire rangers and for anti-poaching operations, etc., it may not be profit that's necessary, but we need to ensure that we can fund that mandate. And at the moment, the subsidies or grants that are coming from Treasury are not enough to fund the conservation mandate of KZN. And so it is very important that revenue maximization becomes a priority of the entity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Winkler. I don't know who wishes to respond to these questions.
Yeah, no, I'll answer on two. The second one, in terms of the officials, I think we'll provide that as part of the detailed report. But it suffices to mention here that we are not only talking about current officials, because these are old cases. So the findings were against the staff members who have left the organization and some of the organization external to the organization. So those criminal cases and civil cases, not all of them refers to current staff members. I think there are just very few officials who are still with them, but I think that will be in the report. The last question, definitely, we concur with the honourable member. The revenue enhancement is to try and subsidize the shortages from the allocation that we get from the fiscus, because I think we've realized that we are not going to be getting more from the fiscus. Rather, what we should be doing is try and sweat our asset and leverage what we have. Mr. Muller will respond to the Mid-Mamani gate contract.
Thank you. The gate wasn't Midma, it was at HIP, so they were managing all the gates at HIP, and the tender was approximately 4.5 million per year. So that was the staff and the systems that they had at the gates. There's 3 gates at Midma that they were then managing that we now have taken on ourselves. I think CEO has covered the profit part of it, but I think just to add on in terms of funding, I think the difficulties we have had was over the years from 16, 17 when they had the budget cuts, and then the impact of COVID as well, that then had an impact on our revenue, where we basically catching up with the numbers of pre-COVID revenue as well. I think, and then the maintenance issues that we have. So I think we are aiming for that, but I think that's where the revenue enhancement strategy comes into play. Thank you.
Honourable Winkler.
Thank you. I just wanted to also ask about the, sorry, give me a moment. Just getting my notes up here. Yes, I noted the comment about the hunting enterprise and the revenue to be garnered from that. Only concern is that the world is moving in a different direction. The UK has a ban on import of trophies of vulnerable species and threatened species. And if we are going to be pushing for the whole-scale commercialization of our wildlife in KwaZulu-Natal, I do worry about the knock-on effects this is going to have on our ability to attract tourism, especially from abroad, as more people are actually against the hunting practices. So I think that's a consideration that we should be moving in line with international trends and not in opposition to international trends, and because we do then forego the risk of losing out on our competitive advantage. I think tourists would rather then go to countries that do not support the hunting of vulnerable and threatened species. So that is one of my concerns. If someone could also please just respond to that. Thank you.
Honourable Winkler, that's very much a policy and a policy issue. Could you perhaps raise that as at a portfolio committee meeting? It isn't really a SCOPA related question. Would you be happy with that?
Yes, I'm fine with that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Winkler. I appreciate that. Colleagues, members, if there is nothing else, then I think that we, sorry, the HOD, would you like to make some closing comments? Thank you. Except you're not leaving, we've still got ITHALA next. Closing comments, maybe just on EZEMVELO. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I think before I give closing remarks, I think on the issue of the procurement, I do recall that the Honourable Chair said we must come up with a new system. In another province where I used to be, we had an open tender, but it was never realized. for some reason because of the management of the system. But the Treasury has tabled what we call e-procurement. So that what will be introduced. The nature and form of it will hear when it's tabled in the committees, and I do think that EZEMVELO will be implementing the same because they cannot be peculiar in the province. The other issue that I want to raise, Chair, and I'm happy now that the member has raised a policy issue, because how we deal with the wildlife is also a matter that we discuss, and it's a policy matter which is determined at the national level. So KZN cannot differ from any other province, but we will be able to give you a sense in terms of the decisions that we have made as provinces in terms of where we're going as far as that is concerned. On the issue of funding, the reason why we would like EZEMVELO to generate its own revenue is because we want to protect the wildlife. Without the wildlife, KZN will never assume its status as we call the Zulu Kingdom. Our approach on tourism is that it should be based on culture and heritage. And the wildlife is part and parcel of our heritage. And if the games are not there, we may as well forget KZN to be like any other coastal province. So it's important that we protect the wildlife, and we want to make sure that those who want to make donations, they don't control the decision making in the province. So that's why it becomes important that the funding model, which is a lasting model for the new entity, as it were, or even the current one, it is sustainable, but it makes us to be in control of the organization. So we are going to work on that and make sure that that is realized. As I close, Honorable Chair, is that we appreciate the being called to account, but also to get the questions that we are receiving for us to at least address some of the deficiencies that we have in the institution. But this is the organization in making. So if you can bear with us for a few years or months to make sure that we have got a fully fledged organization. As we talk about a capable state, we want to talk about a capable organization with fully fledged employees, because we don't want to rely on consultants. If that happens, which means we've got a share, we do not have an organization. So we will support the organization as a province, not only as ETIA. We've taken a decision that using also the entities that we have, all of them in the province, we will then support them. And there's a model that we are following now to ensure that the expertise we have, we use them for the benefit of the ETA portfolio. That's what we're going to be doing. At least we do have support from the FFE to support the entity. There are staff members that we have seconded, and I want also to appreciate the role of the provincial treasury with the staff that they've already seconded as well, to make sure that there's a requisite support. What we don't want to see is to just get a new CEO and expect him to do miracles. It's not going to be possible. But if he gets requisite support from all of us, I think he will deliver. And with your support, and also to call us to account, I think it will help us to change and turn around this organization. And I just want to appreciate and thank you very much for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, members, I think we're done with EZEMVELO. Thank you very much for your time. Sorry it went a bit longer than we thought, but anyway, that's how things work. So thank you very much for being with us. Please remember, next time, give us lots of information, and I'll look forward to receiving the reports that you'll send us after today. And no doubt we'll see each other during the budget process, and we can build a relationship. But I just want to say, and I'm sure I'll speak for everybody on the committee, we wish you well. You are one of the projects we really hope works out in the province. I know that the MEC of Finance is really hoping EZEMVELO is one of the big revenue generators for the provincial fiscus, and so we wish you all the best. We're rooting for you, and we hope you bring home the gold. Okay, thank you very, very much. Thanks a lot. The meeting is adjourned just for a few minutes. Can we say for 10 minutes for a comfort break, grab a coffee, whatever, and then we'll start with ITHALA. We are running a bit late, colleagues, but ITHALA is a big one and we can spend the whole afternoon with them if we have to. Thank you very much. Sorry, HOD, you're here for the long haul. Right, members. Members, can I call the meeting to order, please? Trust you've all had the opportunity to have a comfort break. And we now welcome ITHALA we've come with a very small delegation, obviously trying to save some money. Well done. So this is our second engagement for the day, our members of SCOPA. All of you have been here and you all know how it works. So we'd like to just welcome our friends from ITHALA. We've come to chat to us today about their responses to the resolutions taken last year. We also welcome the HOD. The MEC is not here at the moment, but he advised that he may join us later. All right, so I think that everyone on this side has introduced themselves already today. We're not going to belabor the point and do that again. I think perhaps if we could just have an introduction of our ITHALA colleagues, if you could introduce yourselves, and then we will go from there. These two, I really want you to both be properly on the record today.
Oh.
So we're having a problem with these machines. If you just pull it really close to you,
All right.
as far close as you can, and just really speak into the microphone. That would be greatly appreciated.
All right.
All right, Mr. Vilakazi.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the committee. Speaking is Dr. Thulani Vilakazi, CEO of ITHALA SOC Limited.
That's the problem with that one. Can you try the other microphone to see which ones works or doesn't work? I think if you even, I apologize, even if you want to maybe move one down. Yeah. They will. All right. Yeah, this is going to be a very important hearing. I really think that we need to. Should we?
Um,
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I am Mohammed Ghafoor, the Chief Financial Officer of ITHALA SOC Limited. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What we will now do is, I don't know, Honorable HOD, would you like to make some opening remarks in the absence of the MEC, or should we go straight to the presentation?
No, thank you, Honorable Chair and our members. I suggest that we go straight to the presentation because the Honorable MEC has responded and covered quite a lot of issues. And I think for specifications, I think the CEO and the CFO may have to add. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so CEO, CFO, what we're now going to do is I'm going to ask you both to take the oath. I'm going to need you both to take the oath. I think you understand the procedure. Just raise your right hand and you can either swear by the Almighty or you can affirm. It's entirely up to you. You have to say, I hereby confirm that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Okay, you understand. We can just get that out of the way, then we can proceed.
Yes. I, Dr. Thulani Vilakazi, solemnly swear that I will tell the truth and the only truth, so help me God.
That microphone is still a problem.
Sorry, Chair, my apology.
Yes, Honourable.
When you take oath, ordinarily you raise your hand.
Yes.
I'm not sure if there's an exception here. My apology. I'm new, probably.
Please raise your right hand when you do it. And can we try use a microphone that works? Maybe you can swing that one over. Let's redo it. I think it's good for people out there to see that we take this seriously. Thank you very much. Use that one. It's not on. Maybe I'm causing the trouble. What we're going to do now is I'm going to allow Dr. Vilakazi to lead off. Well, between you, this is now your presentation. We have received it. So, okay, you've been distracted there. Doctor, okay, so we've received your presentation. The last thing we want is for you to read us your presentation. I'm giving you 20 minutes to take us through the highlights. Okay. We will then, I'm sure, have a very robust interaction. And in that regard, let me just make the following comment. Since our last engagement, the ITHALA matter has become very prominent in the media. It has also become quite clearly a bit of a political football. And I just want to make it abundantly clear, and I'm quite sure that I speak on behalf of the committee, and I'm sure the legislature as well. And I've actually been in the media on this, saying that we need to find a solution to this problem. We need to find we cannot throw the baby out with the proverbial legal bathwater. So I'm quite sure that on this side of the house, we are absolutely united that everything must be done to preserve ITHALA and specifically to preserve the interest of those who have placed their funds with ITHALA. However, that does not matter. So that does not mean that there's not been malfeasance before today, that there's not been negligence, that there's not been reckless governance at ITHALA. And that's what we're going to be going into today. So I think it would behove everyone if we don't throw around epithets and have a go at legally organized, legally constituted bodies that have to do their job and or individuals that represent those bodies. Let's get down to the facts today. Let's see how we got here and how we're going to take it forward. And although I'm not closing the discussion down in any way, shape or form, let's not also litigate today about what is currently attendant before the court necessarily. That doesn't mean that members may not ask questions. I will allow questions and I expect you to answer them. But we shouldn't get bedeviled entirely down to an issue of the solvency of ITHALA alone, because that is going to be determined by the courts. Not that our discussions here will affect what the courts decide. This is not a reality TV show, and judges are judicial officers or sensible people who know what they're doing. We don't have the jury system here. But I think you understand where I'm going. I think there's no point in really trying to litigate that when the courts are going to be dealing with it, but we certainly can discuss it if members do want to discuss it. All right. So with that said, can I please hand over you to start your comments? And as I said, you've got 20 minutes. I will give you until, let's say, 12:35. Thank you.
Testing. I think I'm leaning forward to find this corner. Thank you. Yes. All right. Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. I know it's items on IT. I was opening by saying that it's really our fullest appreciation to get this opportunity as officials and representatives of ITHALA SOC Limited. Without wasting a lot of time, we'll go to the resolutions that were part of our previous engagement here with respect to the banking license issues. And I do really appreciate that obviously there are other forums where these matters are being discussed. But I want to assure this august body that any question and query that the members have about ITHALA, we are ready to answer that question. And obviously guided by the chair, if we steer too close to issues of merits or no merits, which are being listened elsewhere. But we're not here not to provide answers and be accountable to this body. And that's very important for us. The members are aware that we had, towards the end of the financial year, approached the Minister of Finance to secure what is called an exclusion application under Section 2 of the Banks Act. The Section 2 Banks Act grants certain institutions the capability to be able to function similar to the institutions such as IDC, the Post Bank, and others. When we approached the minister, we were of the view that we wanted to find an instrument and a mechanism that would replace the exemption notice framework, which is an exemption that sits under Section 1 of the Banks Act, because the Prudential Authority had already indicated that they would not entertain a further granting of the exemption. So within our approach, we then explored Section 2 of the Banks Act, which is part of the reporting that is in our notes. Fast forward to what transpired once we had approached the minister. The minister expressed a reservation in the sense that those institutions that are there are not deposit-taking institutions, which is ITHALA SOC, but there are other institutions that are of development finance, and therefore that status of being granted an exclusion would not be helpful to ITHALA. So he felt that he could not assist us by granting us an exclusion. And then we also obviously approached the minister in various ways and of engagement. Sorry. Right. We approached the minister to explore also the issue of maybe working towards a solution that where we could agree almost outside of the court fora in terms of exploring a license. This is not the first time we tried to engage with the minister out of court and also try and engage with the Prudential Authority. We attempted this in 2021 and in 2022. However, it became pretty obvious that in terms of the status and the constitutionality of the South African Reserve Bank, as well as the Prudential Authority, they felt that they could not be part of an integrated government framework where we could sit and negotiate, because the Prudential Authority and ourselves are two state institutions who should not really ordinarily be in court, but should find a way in terms of Act 205, if I'm not mistaken, 2005 integrated government framework, where two entities should not go to court, must seek consensus to secure a route. That process was done, but they declined to participate. So that road was also closed. Fast forward to the matters of engaging and fulfilling some of the requirements, particularly the conditions of the license of the exemption notice. The members are fully aware that the exemption notice had a number of conditions. The one of the conditions was secure a guarantee for every 75 cents that you have, secure a guarantee of 75 cents for every rand that you have saved. That guarantee in terms of the province amounted to an equivalent of close to 2.5 billion, which would be required to cover that. It would have meant province would have to take a loan with the National Loans Committee at National Treasury and then issue the guarantee in favor of the ITHALA SOC, and then ITHALA SOC would then be able to actually hold those deposits against that guarantee. That process, we worked very closely with the provincial treasury. I did not go too far because obviously dependent on the appetite of the province as well as also priorities, because if you are going to ring fence and raise as much as 2.5 billion, it means all the other social important priorities of the province would have to fall at the back. Nevertheless, the province has been very supportive to us. We secured, I think it expired the 31st of March 2024, we secured the guarantee of 300 million, which is a guarantee in case of a depositor's run. So if you add that guarantee plus our 354 million that's sitting in our balance sheet, we sit at about 654 million just before we look at other sources of proceeds that we have in our business. So the crisis that we find ourselves in at the moment, which I call the existential crisis of ITHALA, became prominent around October last year, although there is history behind it, which I don't want to dwell into. When there was an instruction for ITHALA to pay out its depositors, this was in October 2024, to line up its entire depositors and pay them 100% of the deposits that's in our books. At the time, our deposits were somewhere around 2.4 billion. I don't want to dwell on the issues of theory and banking theory, but Honorable Chair, it is pretty obvious that any institution in the world, when it comes to banking, cannot line up its depositors and pay them out within 14 days. For this very reason, the depositors are always short-term. They are always short-term, and they fund long-term assets. So as bankers, we always balancing the equation of financing things that are financed over 30 years, home loans and cars over 5 years, with the money that is due from the depositors within 12 or 6 months, and you balance that particular equation. So that particular aspect of the instruction, obviously I can't comment about how we feel about it because that's before the court. It was practically impossible for us to be able to do that within that space short of time. Then there was also obviously the repayment administrator has been in our midst. The repayment administrator has been in our midst as Mr. Johan Kruger for the last 14 months since his appointment. And during those 14 months, since December 2023, our business has been resilient. We did not have a depositors run. Our clients stayed with us, and we did not write new business. We were servicing our clients in fulfillment of the codes that govern us in terms of banking, treating our customers fairly, and the market conduct that is demanded from us by the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. So we were able to continue servicing them. I think what is crucially important to observe at that point in time is that during those 13 months, not that we just didn't have a resilience, the numbers that we have. So if you go to those critical numbers that in our public and also the AG's public statements, you will see that when it comes to capital adequacy ratio, we are required to climb above 15% in terms of the threshold. We on average sit at 18%. That capital adequacy ratio now is subdued, is sitting at 14.83% because we were not able to trade. So there's some business that we have sacrificed and not being able to run. But it is not as a result of a hole in our balance sheet. The other very critical ratio that's quite key is the leverage coverage ratio, which we're supposed to hold at about 4 or 5%. ITHALA for the last 10 years has been holding the leverage cover ratio at 12%. And then there's another ratio that's very critical, that over 12 months, if your obligations would fall due, would you be able to meet them? The ratio is called the net stable funding ratio over a 12-month period. That ratio is supposed to be at 100%. ITHALA has always, over the last couple of years, exceeded it as much as 149 and 150%, which is well above the requirement that the authorities and even the Basel Committee require. We also have another ratio that is also critical called the JAWS ratio. JAWS ratio, where your expenses must not run ahead of your revenue. That ratio is supposed to be positive. That ratio for a considerable time before the appointment of the RA was a positive 2 or 3% in terms of our numbers, which means our expenses internally were not running ahead of our revenue that we generate as an entity. And then also the last ratio on the key ones, I think it's the provisions ratio. Our book which is very distinct in this market, we do not do personal loans. We do not do commercial loans. We do not do SMME loans. We do transacting, we do lending, we do insurance and deposit taking. Now, that ratio, in terms of our assessment, we're supposed to be down under 8%. On average, we've been hitting that ratio at 7.9%, which means only about the risk in our book is sitting at about 7.9%. But all the assets, when you talk about home loan book, is 100% secured by the property that we finance. When you talk about vehicle asset finance, it is secured. If you talk about pension-backed loans, it is backed by the pension itself. So none of our portfolio has an exposure that cannot be attended to, unlike the other players who are in the personal loan space. So that's critical. However, because we're here, there are two ratios that are problematic for it. The first one is the profitability aspect. So the Prudential Authority for a long time had set up a condition to say we should be profitable at all times. I must say, Honorable Chair, being a banker for 35 years, I've yet to find a bank that becomes profitable at all times. Yet, that was the condition for ITHALA SOC. ITHALA has not been profitable, but there are two instances in our financials. I think if the CFO can remind, I think it's 2015 and 2016, where you see a little bit of movement towards profitability. Now, profitability, I don't want to speak here as if I have to speak down on this committee about profitability, but I just want to explain something from a banking point of view. As banks, as a bank institution, we get loans from the public. We then lend against those loans. That's one source of our funding. We have an interest margin that we have to hit. And then we get that interest margin. ITHALA's interest margin sits at about 65 to 70%. It's a very healthy margin. But in banking, that is not really gets anyone excited. You must have more non-interest income. In other words, fees and commissions, and cover your expenses using the fees and commissions. When I took over this business, 1st of September 2020, I inherited a non-interest ratio of below 35%. For the last 4 years, being at the helm and with my team, we've pushed that non-interest rate to about 45%. And our target is to sit at about 85% of that non-interest ratio. It's a very important ratio because what it does is because the non-interest income is not something you're going to pay back to the public. It's something that you put in your back pocket and you cover your expenses. Now, if the non-interest revenue is higher than the expenses, you get to adjust the cost-to-income ratio because the cost-to-income ratio is not a function of labor, of people who are there or expenses that are being incurred. It's also a function of actually being able to lower that. So the banks that are sitting at 55, 65 cost-to-income ratio, just look at their numbers. They've got a higher non-interest income compared to their net interest income. And that's the distinction. There are challenges for us. Why? The question would be why you couldn't rise to do the non-interest income. The sponsorship that we had with ABSA, and I've said to this committee, I think before, or joint meeting, was archaic and obsolete because it only allows us to do EFTs, electronic funds transfer, debits and credits, and then run accounts. But it doesn't give us real-time clearance. It doesn't give us SWIFT. If you are overseas, can you use our cards? It doesn't give us what we call card not present capability. It doesn't have debit check. It doesn't have pay sharp. Without those things, you are unable to give cards to our clients who can then, like all the other clients, order things without using their cards. They can get onto the computer and order food without swiping the card. It means you have a faster rate of putting the cards on the hands of the customers than a lower rate. I'm a client of ITHALA. If I'm in Johannesburg and I lose my card, couldn't put petrol because I don't have another card until a card was sent and delivered to me by the messenger. Just demonstrating a little bit. So that cost to income ratio, Chair, Honorable Chair, is also your operating model. ITHALA operates as far as Ndumo, Ngwavuma, Tugela Ferry, and all these places. We do CITs, cash in transit. Cars have to go there. There are things that I can share here, Chair, but I don't know whether I can say it, but you can guide me. The Reserve Bank does not have hubs in certain areas. That's all I can say. They don't have hubs. There are points where cash is taken in the country. In our areas, there are no hubs from the Reserve Bank. Our cars have to go there, and that's an expense. It's done on an add value basis. For every money that you are carrying, you are paying so much. That then increases the cost of handling the cash in our business. So as managers and bankers at the same time, we then created a solution to say we can fix this. We can change our operating model, reduce processing, manual processes, automate, flip the model, and get more people in front to service customers and less people who are managing at the back office. There are 40 processes that were on the eve. I think about 10 of them were actually almost implemented. And that was critical. Before I exhaust the entire time, because I also want my CFO to add in term, I would also like to speak about the issue of governance and compliance, which I think is quite important. And I'm not going to dwell on it theoretical. I'll go through directives. And pardon me, some of the directives are not in your notes, but I think this is important. Section 60B of the Banks Act calls for a fully fledged formation of a bank, of a board, with various committees, with everything in place. As I sit here, the board is fully compliant with that requirement. We have a chairperson, we have a lead independent, we have non-executive directors, and 2 executive directors on the board. The committees have got charters, they meet, they act, they're independent. Then there's another directive, Directive 4 of 2018, which calls for capable people in banking, expertise, people who must come and run this business. I believe we are compliant in that. The majority of our people, if you calculate the combined banking years experience, is in excess of 200 years. If you look at qualifications, we have all kinds of qualifications, not outside of the profession. Qualifications in banking, but not academics. We got actuaries in our business running our treasury department. So we make and fulfill that requirement. Then there's a number of series of directives that pertain to, do you mix your insurance premiums that you collect with the bank deposits? I'm happy to say 2-3 years ago, we complied with that, We complied with that. We do not mix insurance collections with deposits. Then there's quite other critical ones that are important. ITHALA has 5 regulators that we answer to, 5. It's the NCR, National Credit Regulator. We are 100% compliant with the NCR because we handle loans. There's the FIC. We are 100% compliant with the FIC. Then there's the FSCA. The FSCA, we have that challenge that arose as a result of the suspension of our FSP license last year, which caused consternation in the market. And I think we were able to explain, I think at joint sittings here, as to why that happened. Because if you do not get an exemption, if any bank does not get an exemption under the FISA Act to have its assets, its liabilities exceeding its current liabilities exceeding its current assets, it would fall foul of that legislation. All banks, 32 of them in this country, that report under the Reserve Bank, where the current liabilities are measured and the current assets, they have an exemption they enjoy from the FSCA. Ours became problematic because we lost the exemption and therefore they pulled out the FSCA, but it's not pulled out completely, it's under suspension where we have to transfer our business to the insurance business to the group. And then there's also other things where we were short. There are projects called RADAR, which is risk data aggregation projects that we needed to do. We started it, we completed its concept, but when the RA started to be in town amongst us, we stopped paying service providers, took away our banking accounts. As I sit here as a CEO, there's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. Can't sign, can't order, can't do anything within my business. And this has been happening for 14 months. I'm not in control of this business. That's why we're at the other forum in terms of the operational side. So all of those end authority, they're no longer with us. But what is important is that that project alone would have completed it in October last year. And that was a critical project because when we submitted our application on the 30th of June 2023 for the banking license section 43 authorization, which is 1,481 pages, 3 volumes. That's one of the projects that we needed to complete. And obviously we were unable to complete. On anti-money laundering, we were compliant on money laundering, except that we're going to buy a tool that must be put. You would have seen that at ITHALA for the first time, I think by end of this year, you would have seen biometric, you would be using even your eye and all of those things, which we're going to deliver. But we can no longer do that because all of those service providers have not been paid and all our projects have been frozen. And then the KYC, we are fully compliant on KYC. Some of you, our clients, were aware that there were issues called the sub-remediation matters, where you'd walk into our branch and see boxes. We came up with a solution. We removed paper out of our environment, put that with Metrofile and so on. But even that information on those clients is not in our control. That's the first thing actually they took away from us, our Metrofile and database of clients. I think, Chair, let me pause here because the other matters are in the public domain about provisional liquidation and other matters. The members are fully aware, and give my CFO the opportunity to speak to the rest of the issues that are raised. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Chair, just on the recording systems, yesterday was stock of meeting and the speaker was sitting here. So I raised this issue. So I was promised it will be dealt with.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I won't be too long. I know we're over time. There's 2 other resolutions that was raised at the previous there was 2 other resolutions that were raised at the other previous SCOPA, which was resolution 152, which dealt with irregular expenditure, more so on the condonation of the irregular expenditure. We have reported to this committee that we have a huge backlog in terms of condonation request going back to 2018. That hasn't been finalized, and the main reason behind those were delayed investigations on a lot of the matters. However, to note that all that has been investigated and completed concluded that there is no financial loss to the entity. The irregular expenditures that were incurred were mainly due to SLAs or SEM processes not started when they should have started, and services were continued. So ITHALA benefited from those services and therefore did not suffer any financial losses. To report, we are still catching on the backlog, but however, this past financial year, as the C has mentioned, is that we have been under the repayment administrator. He has restricted us quite a bit because he's also taken over the SCM department, or he said all procurement needs to go through him. And so our internal audit department and forensic departments that were investigating these matters or had very minimal staff. Some of these investigations required us to bring in external expertise, which we have put that request through to the repayment administrator, and he refused. He said he is here to protect the depositors' funds, and hence he's not willing to approve this request to bring in those. So we are continuing with the investigations with the staff that we have. However, it is slow going. We did, I think, try and push to have all these investigations completed before this end of this financial year. We have made some progress. We are at the moment up to 2022 in terms of those investigations that have been completed and been approved by a board for condemnation or to be sent for condemnation. There are 2 years that are still outstanding, but we are going through that. The matters that are on the subsequent years are smaller matters than the ones that we have been reported previously, because we have seen a huge decline in irregular expenditure over the years. In the 2023 financial year, we reported an irregular expenditure of 4.5 million, 2023-2024 financial year, compared to the 18 and the 20 millions that were reported in the previous years. So that's where we are currently in terms of the condemnations and the investigations. In terms of the next resolution, which was raised on consequence management, what prevented ITHALA from receiving a clean audit for the financial year 2024 is that there was one non-compliance in terms of consequence management. And this actually talks to the previous resolution that I just spoke to. Because there were delays in the investigations, we couldn't conclude on certain of the consequence managements. However, as we have concluded all these investigations, consequence management is taking place. Currently, 24 of the cases, in terms of the outcomes of those cases, those employees have been dismissed. 29% of the matters, no action has been taken, as the employee has already left the organization. And as we indicated, there was no financial loss to ITHALA. And if we continue with such litigations or anything against these employees, it will actually cost ITHALA then, and there's no benefit from this. And then the balance of the matters, 47%, no action has been taken as the irregular expenditure was due to conclusion of evergreen contracts, meaning that there was no end date, and the AG looks at those as being irregular. We have regularized all those contracts, and we continue to utilize most of those services. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I will now hand over to members. If you have questions, as before, I'll just make a note here. As before, SCOPA members first, and then members of the portfolio committee. So, right, so let me just make some notes here. Honourable de Klerk. Honourable Nair. Magubane. Lopa. Okay, that's it for now. And then me. But yes, okay. So let's, Honourable de Klerk, you started the cherry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the response to the resolutions, HOD. Just a few questions. Look, I think it's undisputable, everybody wants ITHALA to exist. So please do not understand any questions that I put that it's contrary to that hope. How many years have ITHALA worked on the exemption to the Bank Act? For how many years? Can you please answer that?
Yeah, ITHALA has worked on exemption since 2002.
How many times did ITHALA apply for a banking license?
ITHALA applied before my tenure in 2016, and then I've applied in 2023.
And both times, only twice, only twice.
Only twice, yeah.
Why so? Why not every year?
Let me recollect of the history on the 2016. So the 2016 application fell on 3 counts. The first count was that the shareholder had not injected enough capital into the business. Because if you are a shareholder, you must exceed 25%, and you should then be the shareholder of last resort. The second one was the core banking platform was not in place. And then the third one was the issue about competencies of people in the business, which I've alluded.
So you would agree that that was correct? I mean, you could not receive a banking license with those limitations.
Yeah, with the benefit of hindsight, that board and management, they would have not. Okay. They needed to climb that.
Did you rectify those problems?
When I took over in 2020, so I'm the 8th CEO and the longest serving. Yes.
No, I'm just asking if it was rectified, those problems that existed in 2023, yes. You said.
Right. So
16.
Yes. So they appointed a new board at that time. The new board under, I think, Chairman Mr. Ngidi. And there was also another board that came in under Malusi Kekana, some of the people that served on that board. And then there was the plan to begin to deal with the core banking platform, which was submitted, I think, is it 2017? Yeah, around 2017, they made a submission to the shareholder that they wanted now to invest in the core banking platform. But there's a very important aspect that then happens between that period and the period when we do the second one. In 2018, a new act is passed called the Financial Matters Amendment Act,
yes,
which then throws out ITHALA Development Finance Corporation to be able to apply for a banking license.
Okay, just if I can interrupt, because you'll understand why.
Yeah.
When that act came up in 2018, did you challenge it? Did you take it on a review, say it's unfair, unconstitutional? It makes it impossible for ITHALA to exist.
Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of my previous management team's cohorts. So
unfortunately, yes. The HOD now.
The way I would answer it is, if there was a way of challenging it, it should have been done.
But it wasn't done.
Yes, and that falls squarely on the legislators.
Yeah.
To a greater extent, because a piece of law in Parliament, in my understanding, the legislators have to go in there and actually change it so that it suits the entity under which they serve.
And that is the reason why the minister didn't want to help, the finance minister, because he can't assist because the act says something and he can't override the act.
Just in terms of so minister, when it comes to the minister, it's in the Banks Act. It's about the exemption. But I think your question was more about the application. What stopped the application in 2016?
Yes. No, I'm just moving to that. I'm moving to the first resolution. So you went to the resolution is please come and report back on the Minister of Finance and the stakeholders and so on. So am I correct that the minister said to you, look, I cannot give you an extension because of the law.
So just for clarification through your chair, there are two pieces of framework that that the minister has power to impose, to actually declare.
Yeah.
Section 1 of the Banks Act empowers him to issue an exemption notice,
Yes.
which is what we enjoyed since 2002. Section 2 empowers him to issue what is called an exclusion to operate.
Mm.
So the Section 1 notice that has been enjoyed by ITHALA was issued for a number of years by the Minister of Finance. All the previous ministers of finance that have served issued that, and then they would concur with the Reserve Bank, and then the Reserve Bank would put conditions for ITHALA to perform. What changed, though, was that in 2018, I was still at another institution, so I'm just giving a bit of history. In 2018, the country introduced Twin Peaks legislation, where they splitted the Prudential Authority, the licensing part, to be a Prudential Authority, and then you have the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. Now, when they did that, I inherited an exemption on the 1st of September 2020 that was expiring in December 2021. That had particular conditions, which are the conditions that we say we exceed. However, if you look at that period, so that exemption that takes place there and so on, so those conditions have been almost the same until you have the 22 July conditions, which are completely different from the previous conditions. Yes.
So from 2021, ITHALA is not a bank at all.
ITHALA has never been a bank.
No,
yes.
Except under a exemption. What I'm saying, from 2021, there was no exemption. There was nothing.
No.
ITHALA wasn't a bank or an exemption.
No, what happens, the exemptions, they would determine the period. So the other one expired on the 31st of December. And then the next one, we begin negotiations about it. And it started on the 22nd of July, 2023. Sorry, 2022 of 2022, the one that is now almost topical about discussion. So each time that it expired and maybe the bank was not ready, they would then negotiate with the minister and the minister would grant it. But what changed in 2018 and 2019 is that the power to grant the exemption, the Prudential Authority to our board, then I was not there, explained that they now have obtained legal advice that they are the only ones who must issue an exemption. But if you go to Section 1 of the Banks Act up to today and you look at it, the Minister of Finance is still empowered to grant an exemption. And there's a second point there.
But the minister didn't do it.
No, he
Why not? Why not?
Because I think the reason that he's alluding to, he doesn't want to interfere with the autonomy of the Reserve.
But he has done it for years. For years and years he's done it.
Yeah.
So that can't be a reason.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm just querying this.
Yes.
I just want to understand, and I think the committee, everybody wants, as you sit here, are you under an exemption? Are you a bank? What are you?
Our exemption expired, the last exemption expired on the 15th of December 2023.
Now, why that's important is, HOD, I heard you saying banking Act and so on, but none of those things apply to you because you're not a bank, as you said. You don't work on exemption.
I can, through your chair, I can explain that. So if you look at the exemption, it's got various prescripts within the exemption. In simple terms, it says, you shall not call yourself a bank. You are deemed not to be operating the business of a bank. That's why the word bank is colloquial by the public. We don't call ourselves a bank. But the conditions that are sitting there are those that govern the prudential requirements of having deposits and so on. I've said this in general terms to say we mimic a bank, but we are not a
Yeah,
bank.
but my point is you
Yes.
cannot claim to be protected by any of those legislation because you don't comply. You can't say, I want the Banking Act to apply to me, because it can't. Or any of those legislation is applicable now. The moment you stopped having an exemption, you cannot call upon those legislation to protect you.
Yeah. So
Am I correct?
it's just that I'm trying to process process it. Yeah, to an extent you are correct, because
Yeah.
the minute you have lost the exemption, it's like losing your license to drive the car on the road. And then you no longer,
Illegal.
yeah, you no longer actually.
The reason why I'm asking it, although those cases are running in court, it's part of the resolution, and you've answered to it.
Yes.
I'm worried because if it's correct what I say, and we look at the resolutions of irregular expenditure, those evergreen contracts that's been running for years and years and years, the history, as you put out, only twice applied for licenses, you've got a problem, and I worry about that.
Yes.
I am imploring you to consider settling this matter, because it seems to me there is a conflict between the Reserve Bank and yourselves. The Reserve Bank and its agent, Mr. Kruger, that's his surname. Now, if you go into a court fight like this, your hands must be clean. If your hands are not clean, the chance that you will lose is great.
Yes.
I'm giving free legal advice now. And to protect ITHALA for the future, you need to settle this, because unfortunately we don't have the papers. I will request through the chairperson that it is of public record to please send us the papers for the liquidation application and also the urgent application. None of these, the urgent wasn't even heard as far as I know, but that will empower us, because then we'll see what is your case here. Yes. I have to go on inferences, but only on what I've read and discussed and picked up myself. It's a risky business, but I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for that presentation. I will pose some questions on each resolution and then give you an opportunity to respond before moving on to the next one. So on Resolution 151, just want to find out, in terms of the transfer of ITHALA deposits to a licensed bank, what are the expected timelines for its completion? Perhaps just advise where you are with that. Then the second question, you've explained the impact of having the RA with you, the negative impact. What is your plan to rebuild trust within the financial industry, given this negative impact? And then thirdly, can ITHALA provide a detailed financial analysis to counter the Prudential Authority's claim that the entity is insolvent? You've given us a little bit information with regards to your lending, and you've explained that it is backed by pensions and property and so on. So in your opinion, you are quite stable and in a good position. My other question is, what is the contingency plan in place should the court rule against ITHALA in the liquidation application? And the last question under this resolution, If you are unsuccessful in securing a banking license, what is the long-term strategy to ensure financial sustainability and continued service to your clients? I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for the questions. I've just forgot the honorable member because the name, and I like to say names.
Honorable Naya.
Honorable Naya, thank you. Thank you so much. The first question is with respect to transferring the license. Just maybe to build from the previous honorable member, one of the things that was sitting in the exemption notice was that if then you are unable to secure a banking license, you would need to enter into an agreement with a commercial bank to be your alliance partner. So your question is right on the money because we started that process last year. We approached all the 14 banks, and that alliance was going to be on the basis of ITHALA either becoming a franchise agent of the bank that we are under, and various terms in terms of transferring our deposit book to them, and then the deposits being safeguarded by guarantees, free of lien and encumbrances of that deposit book. And the bank that would take the deposit book would then have an obligation to report to the regulator. We would then function almost as an alliance partner of that. We approached all 14 banks. We remained with 2 banks that were in principle keen to be on board with us. When, in our view, this is our view, when we disclose this to our authorities as to which banks we're speaking to and who are they and so on, we have a letter from one bank that can actually show you the response from our regulator saying you shall not proceed with that particular arrangement you're trying to make. So those 2 fell off the wayside. And then the next question is the impact of the RA, how we propose to rebuild our trust. I think maybe the impact of the RA, we don't have time to talk about it, but it's cataclysmic because it's inside our business and the directive that is following makes our business to actually not function, become dysfunctional, and gets eroded in time. To rebuild trust is going to be a mammoth task. I wish that task would come because that would mean it's an opportunity to salvage ITHALA. Some of us have been in tough situations. I've operated businesses in Zimbabwe during a hyperinflation of serious numbers to run banks there. How we propose to build our trust, I think the first thing that will face us squarely should the decision of the other forum be in our favor, would be to avert a depositors run. Now, most people, when they think of a depositors run, is actually what would make anyone jittery in any market, in any world, where everybody queues up and say, we want our money. It doesn't mean you don't have the money in the bank. It's there, but it can't be liquidated enough to cover everybody that's at the door. Can depositors run be averted? Yes. Are there tools and techniques to mitigate depositors run? Yes. And we are putting a number of those tools as we speak, anticipating that if our business is given back to us, this is what we will do. and it can work. I think let me allow my CFO to take the question around the detailed financial analysis. Just to say, Honorable Naya, through your chair, all that information is sitting in our papers. Over and above that, we have an expert advice report that's independent of us that actually shows you simple calculator, go to the balance sheet, you see 354 million. Then you add the guarantee of government, there's 300 million. And then you go to the bank, I think it will tell us the numbers, but at one point above $1 billion. And so those things are important, but I'd like him to take, before I go back to the contingency plan and unsuccessful to secure long term.
No, I think that's fine. We'll pass on that one because you're going to be providing us with those papers.
Yes.
We'll have that information.
Yes.
You can move on to the last one that I've asked you.
The contingency plan in place, we have been on this path, treasurer's path, for almost 3 years of my tenure here. I think I enjoyed the first year. I was smiling because I reduced the headline loss by 60%, from 76 million to about 32 million rand in 1 year before our problem started. Our contingency, we did a number of scenario planning. We've done a number of scenario planning. And it's one of the things that I also want to dispel around the numbers that you hear in the public. The numbers that are being quoted that my CFO did were scenarios, stress testing assumptions. Those are not audited numbers. They cannot stand the scrutiny of the AG. So we did scenarios. We put about 6 scenarios. ITHALA gets an exemption. ITHALA is given an exclusion. ITHALA has an alliance partner. ITHALA becomes a payments lending player without the deposits, which is like the last, if we lose our deposits. ITHALA becomes a mutual bank. And the last one. Yes. So there's like 5 or 6 of these. And we looked at them, merits and demerits, started legislation, got the experts to advise us. And our shareholders are aware of some of these various contingency plans as to what shall we do if we don't get this and all that.
All right, thank you for that.
Yes.
We move on to resolution 152, dealing with the irregular expenditure and financial oversight. Now, we've read that there have been key internal audit staff that have resigned. If you could just touch on the reasons for the resignation. Were any of them involved in fraudulent activities? Was that the reason that led to resignation? Just shed some light on that. And then just update us with regards to the condonation request submitted to Treasury for past irregular expenditure. Just give us an update of where that is and whether you've had any feedback. And then under the section, irregular expenditure. Has there been any irregular expenditure linked to potential fraud or misconduct that required legal action? Thank you. I'll leave it there now.
Thank you, Honourable Member. So the main reason for the key internal staff resigning is the current situation that we're in with the RA. As the CA has indicated, the RA came into our business, or our banking license expired on the 15th of January 2023. Since then, the RA has been appointed into the business. ITHALA has not been trading from January 2024, meaning it has not issued any new loans. And from June or July, it stopped even taking in deposits, new deposits, but the existing clients were allowed to continue to transact in and out of the accounts. Obviously, this has had a major financial impact on the entity, and the staff have seen that in terms of the restrictions that the RA has placed. As the CFO, my delegation was taken away totally I was actually left with a delegation of about 50,000 for payments. Everything above that needed to go to the RA for approval. As I indicated, the SCM as well, every procurement, no matter the value, had to go. So even to purchase refreshments on a daily basis in terms of your tea or even cleaning the premises or the branches needed his approval. And I think that has put a lot of staff to be uneasy. We have had a lot of resignations. We have the resolution or the exemption that required us to build the experienced banking staff. We are now seeing that they are walking away. They want to secure their futures. I mean, and that's why we've seen these. There was one where the individual or the key forensic auditor was dismissed. There was one dismissal in internal audits because of, I'm not too sure the reason behind that, but there was one dismissal, but the others were as a result of the current situation that we're in. So we are limited in terms of internal audit staff.
So can you just give me an approximate number of the resignations? Approximately how many? Because of the pressure of the...
In the entity itself?
Yes.
So ITHALA has currently just under 400 staff. Head office is where the key staff sit or the experienced banking staff sit. If I'm not mistaken, it could be between 20 to 30 at the moment, but I can get you more accurate numbers. I'm just speaking of just off the top of my head. I'll just speak just on my team. In the finance team, I've lost my finance manager because of the current situation. They weren't. I mean, there's no. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're probably ready to. Even though January salaries weren't paid, we had to find alternatives. And come next month, again, I don't think we're going to get paid. Honestly, because I'm handling the finances. There's no funds. Everything has been locked by the RA. So I've lost my finance manager. The regulatory reporting team has, I've lost 2 staff in there. I've lost 3 bookkeepers that have all walked away, and the reasons that they're citing is they need to secure their future.
That's understandable.
In terms of the condemnation request and where we are with those, so we have, as I said, completed the internal investigations up to 2022. Those have been also approved by our board in terms of requesting the condemnation. Those were submitted to Provincial Treasury over the December and January now, 2024 and January 2025. We haven't received any feedback as yet. I think it will take some time for Treasury to still go through those. But as I indicated, those should be, I mean, I don't see any issues with the Provincial Treasury condoning those. The reason being, as we indicated, those were mainly for services that were rendered that are essential services. Is just that the SLAs were either evergreen or have expired and wasn't renewed on time. So, and then the last question on, is there any irregular expenditure that has resulted in fraud? There is one matter that is being investigated in terms of that, which goes back to the implementation of, or the attempt to implement the banking system in 2018, which is currently we've regarded as irregular expenditure, but we've also reported that in terms of opening up a case, as well as there's a current court case that is currently happening in order to recover those funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Just moving on to Resolution 153. Has ITHALA implemented, this is regarding your governance and compliance now. Has ITHALA implemented any new governance frameworks or policies to ensure full compliance with the regulatory requirements set by the PA and SCOPA?
Yes, we have. So we have a fully compliant, our team in the compliance team is monitoring this now on a regular basis. So they highlight all the acts that and regulations that ITHALA has to comply with. On a monthly basis, they report to the CE as well as our board in terms of non-compliances and steps that are taken to be compliant in those. It's just unfortunate in this resolution in terms of our last audit, as I indicated, because there was those delays in the completion of the investigations, we couldn't take consequence management, and the AG looked at it as if it's taking us way too long, but there were reasons behind it that we couldn't. But it wasn't that we weren't complying with that legislation. It was that it just till we completed the actual investigations, could we take consequence management.
And just finally, Chair, with regards to Resolution 153, I just felt as though you're reporting there, your feedback in terms of the disciplinary actions taken against employees was just not comprehensive enough. It's just doesn't tell us anything. And those are important matters that you need to report on. So perhaps just expand a bit on that. You give us the different percentages there, but what really happened with them in terms of the number of dismissals, sanctions imposed on them for the misconduct? Just, what did they do wrong? And just expand a bit on that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. In terms of, as I indicated, the irregular expenditure, the irregular expenditure that ITHALA has incurred has been not, all the investigations that were concluded indicated that ITHALA has not incurred any financial losses and have benefited from the actual services that were rendered. It was just as a result of evergreen contracts, meaning that there was no end term to those contracts. So we have regularized those, that the employees that were responsible for those were either given some sanctions in terms of either verbal or written notice at that time, if they're still with the entity. In terms of contracts that have expired and that services were essential, because remember, banking is very technical. There's a lot of services that you cannot just move over between service providers or quickly move over between service providers. For instance, if you look at our ATMs, with those contracts, we were using one service provider. When the contract expired, although the SCM process began 2 or 3 months before the expiry of that contract, when we awarded, there was a plan or the transition to the new service provider, which we didn't anticipate. They indicated that it will take up to 6 months for you to transition and integrate into your current banking platforms. So it's not easy that you're moving a service provider today, they walk out the door, the next morning, the new service provider. So those were things that were identified as issues, which we have now regularized in terms of starting the SCM process much earlier. So at the moment, the minimum, any contract that is expiring, we have a full contract management team that monitors this and ensures that the contract or the new SCM process starts 6 months before any expiry. And so in terms of the consequence management, as I indicated, there was no financial losses. For us to continue for any, especially for the staff that left the organization, for us to continue to pursue those matters and report them, we did check whether they are with other public entities or government departments, and none of them were with, and therefore we decided not to pursue those cases any further.
All right, and just one final one, Chair, if you'd indulge me. With regards to the cyber attack, where you lost important supporting documentation, what measures have you put in place to prevent such from happening again? Thanks, Chair, and that's the end.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Naya. I just want to comment just a little bit on one question on the disciplinary actions. What we'd like to do is to submit a report with a breakdown of the statistics that you are looking for, which we should be able to give to this August body. Also on the compliance, we have developed what is called the compliance governance checklist, where you can see a piece of legislation and whether ITHALA is compliant or not compliant. And at the end, you see also if there's a work in progress and so on. If I recall from the top of my head, but you'll see it in the report, ITHALA is almost above 70% in compliance, with about 20% being work in progress, and 9 matters that are matters that still have to go through the governance processes. But you'll see it's a very broad sheet that, like the laws that I was quoting, you'll see other pieces of legislation that ITHALA, so we can supply you with that. The last question, sorry.
It was regards to the cyber attack.
Oh, the cyber.
Where you lost supporting documents and what measures you've put in place to prevent such from happening again.
All right. There's still a report being put through around our cyber attack in terms of doing all the other elements. But one of the things that also we maybe is important for this August body, the first cyber attack that we had, and even the second one, they're always coming from the group side, because we have a shared services agreement with group, where we were services being delivered and so on. The first one, it affected about 12 applications that we use to manage our business. That was in 19 February 2021. But it did not touch the core banking platform of our business. We did not lose money. And the governor at the time, Mr. Kuben Naidu, called me, and I gave him assurance that the business, we can see our clients and all of that. And we're able to recover it, come out of that within 4 to 6 months to actually make that. It's one of the reasons that we started building a Chinese wall between ourselves and our group. As we speak now, we have our own wide area network. We have our own data capture centers and things that make us quite impossible if they attack from the group side to come on board. The files that were lost, some of the files were dismally lost in the first instance, and then recently we actually recovered where some files that had been encrypted, we were able then to get a service provider to decrypt some of those particular files. But one of the things that has also been very, when I took over the business, is it was decentralized. So each branch acted as an entity. We have actually centralized that. There's now one instance. In our processes, there's something called end of day process. At the end of the day, when you tally the numbers, look at the trial balance and see how much money has been ate at the branch, that used to take 4 to 6 hours of our staff. They would be there until 8, even in the evening. That takes 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes to do now, in terms of just that efficiency we've created. So yes, we continue to be very robust. We have sniffer dogs in terms of, and fraud awareness campaigns is compulsory, including myself. Every year I have to answer the questions on that form, submit it, and get a certificate whether I'm scoring 80 or 90% in understanding all the fraudulent activities that are out there in the world. So we do that particular disciplinary. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right, the next member is Honorable Magabane.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The honorable members, ITHALA SOC. I've just got 3 questions around the issue of ITHALA. Do you think either on the board or the executive, do you think there are any members who works with Prudential Authority to shut down ITHALA. Do you trust all the members, either on the board or the executive? Do you think there are any members who works with Prudential Authority embarking on shutting down ITHALA? I think that's the first one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Nkomose. As I sit here as an official of ITHALA SOC Limited and a professional in the banking fraternity, I have no doubt that the members of the board that I report to have a level of integrity, duty of care, as well as fulfilling their fiduciary duties to be able to act in the best interest of ITHALA. My own executive committee members that report to me, I also have no doubt, particularly that the appointments of professionals in this space is also one of the most rigorous and toughest processes to go through to land a job. You have an interview internally that is complete, but it's a subject to interview. And then you go through a very rigorous process, which is called the BA 002 process with the Reserve Bank, where you are also grilled about governance, understanding of principles, understanding numbers, how banks work, and so on. If you don't come through that, you are not recommended to come and work with us. As I sit here, I don't have any information that's come to me or the board that would make me to come to that conclusion.
Okay, thank you for the response, but I believe then on this situation, as the head, you must either make a way to check if you're all embarking on the same path or not. Because when the time will come where things can be revealed that there are some of your members who works on shutting down ITHALA. Some of your members, they on that path. Number two, in 2020 or 2021, South African Reserve Bank recommended that you get the mutual banking license, and it was rejected. Who rejected it? What were the reasons to reject the mutual banking license? At this moment, what's your view about the mutual bank license on this issue that we are in with ITHALA? What's your position? What's your view? Okay, on the banking models, what is your plan for ITHALA to be more competitive and to be able to fit the space of the commercial banks? What was your plan around that? The strategic plan, the turnaround planning around that, so that ITHALA and even me myself, I can move from those cards that we like wherever we're banking. Then we say we want to move and say, because we are in support of ITHALA, now I'm moving my account to ITHALA. Or what's your strategic plan around that one?
Dying to hear that question since I took over, because in wherever we are, people have never heard about our strategy. And so our strategy, the initial phase of our strategy is almost now in the 4th year. When we started, we came up with a strategy to rebuild, to repair, rebuild, and remodel ITHALA. So those 3 triple R's. Rebuilding in 2021, in 2020 was critical because we just came from the COVID experience. We had some of our clients who needed assistance. We also needed to deal with the challenges that staff were facing and just rebuilding as part of that great lockdown crisis that took place. So I think we have succeeded in delivering a lot of rebuilding, both from a people point of view, as well as from an infrastructure. We were able to set up our own supply chain management to make sure that the issues that are raised at this committee meeting around compliance and performance are dealt with. We were also able to turn around the business. In the first year of that strategy, that's when we delivered a reduction by 58% of the loss from 76 million to about 32 million. And we're able also to push up our net interest. So the numbers could actually show you that we are headed in the right direction. On the remodel side, the main part there is to rejig the model of our business. Generally, if you are in the banking fraternity, you need to shift the costs. The cost to serve must be lower than the costs that you handle in your business. So we came up with a project which we actually almost built for 2 years to identify certain processes in our business. We identified about 40 processes, of which 10% of those, if they are changed, would actually move the needle on the revenue of our business. And then on the last piece, in terms of then thinking about technology, thinking about digitization. So the first thing that we needed to do was to deal with the troubles of 38 branches that are operating interdependently, and we then to consolidate that. So we invested technology and consolidated that to one instance. And then we began to build our storage area networks, getting the right people and making sure that also our platforms are actually stable. ITHALA is a very unique organization in the sense that it's got two core platforms that it operates where it hosts on the other side, and other side is handling the savings element. So we have been able to do that. The bigger plan, which goes back to the question that had been asked by one of the members earlier on, as to how we then put in a new core banking platform. We had a mandate from the board. There are a number of things. If you go big bang, which means you buy something new off the shelf and you try and bring it, we had strongly advised that we shouldn't do that because that's quite very expensive and you need the right people within our business. The current platform that we operate is a very durable platform. However, it's no longer supported because that platform over the years, most of the institutions are no longer, but it doesn't mean it's a platform that we can't use. In fact, in 2021, that platform, the people who were trying to attack via the group, they could not penetrate it because it's an old German box machine that you can actually take out the server, take a hose, and then we plug it in. You see everything that's inside. It's a very durable system that was done. Some of us worked with green screens at the old banks. We know that system, it works, but it does need modernization. One of the projects that we're on now before the saga and the crisis was what we call a lift and shift project, where we've identified a certain technology that is compatible with us and also cloud-based technology that would then be able to migrate ourselves and be able to mitigate against cybersecurity and all these elements and going there. So yes, indeed, that strategy evolves. But now with the incoming of the RA, we have also had to go back to revisit our strategy. As we speak now, I no longer I have one big strategy that I'm facing is called protect and stabilize. So I need to protect the business, that it's sustained, that it continues to exist, and be able to stabilize its operations and also stabilize issues about people and so on. And then after that, then we can begin to reimagine our business. And again, we come out of this dark cloud and then we go out there and do what we can do. And we got the right people. Whilst the CFO talked about the movement of headcount, we have a very steady executive core over the last 3.5 years. That has not moved a lot, who are really dedicated to build this business. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's see which one works now. Now it works. Amazing. Let's just between the two.
Thanks, Honorable.
Honorable Matlopa and then Honorable Dirks, and then I will be jumping in. Thank you.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Thanks to the Dr. Vilakazi from SOC for clarifying some of the issues that are really concerning to us as members, in particular those of us who come in deep rural areas, that we are more affected by this battle between ITHALA and RA as well as the PA. I'm not sure, Chair, the terms of reference for RA staying there for 40 months. When the 5 conditions were put, for ITHALA SOC to deal with. They are trying to deal with one, with two. When they are continuing, they stop, they intervene so that they can proceed and not get this banking license, because I really don't understand this. Maybe there is a bigger picture that we do not understand as ordinary members, what is really happening there. Having said that, Chair, I know that the matter is now in court, as the CEO was indicating to us that the matter is in court. But I'm just asking a question to myself to say, if ITHALA SOC does not have the exemption and they do not have a banking license, when we go to court, I know that we are seeking justice. But seemingly there is like no will to the Reserve Bank together with the people that they've delegated to work here. Do you think that will ever be afforded, the exemption nor the banking license, in the environment that we are in now? That is the first question that I'm just checking. Because, and I also, when you deal with that, maybe tell us, I don't know why this case, because they were like in the social media, the case is tomorrow and the case is cancelled, and we don't get justice, especially we as ordinary people, to say really why ITHALA is being closed like that. Because in the presentation, it is clear that ITHALA did its best to try and meet the requirements, but there are people that are here that are not interested even to assist. They are here to make sure that this thing close up forever. That is my opinion. I'm not saying that they are saying that. It's the way I'm looking at it. That there is no will to these people that this bank or this, I don't know, because the CEOs said it's not a bank, but we as ordinary people, we know it as a bank because our parents were banking there and are still banking there. This is the first question, Chair, and then I will follow up with the other one. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable Madlopa. This is very delicate matter, and I think it's important. And I think one of the key things that we want to communicate is that there are dependencies. We do not decide to be a bank. Someone decide. They can say tomorrow we are no longer a bank. There's nothing we can do, and we're in that situation. I can say that now. I said it in another meeting, and I said, look, we exist, but we do not exist. That's a situation where we are at. We rely on the courts to make a decision in terms of what will happen. But we have to be very realistic. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. There's nothing that we can do. But we have a firm view because it's a matter that is before the courts. Only the courts can make a decision. And for us, we are also trying to ensure that we engage at another level with national government to see to it that there is a resolve to this matter rather than the judiciary takes decisions on it. But if that fails, let the judiciary take a decision. And that's how it's going to happen, because I think we have tried our best. The only issue we have to deal with the consequences of not being recognized, because we do not have an exemption and we do not have a license, which means we are not recognized in terms of the law. So going there, we're dealing with the consequences of the action of the PA. Currently, the liability is huge for the state, especially in KZN, how to deal with this, including the employees, let alone depositors, because they are trying to protect the depositors, but their interest is not in the employees of ITHALA. We have to deal with that. There are a lot of things that we had to deal with as a province where people could not be paid and only departments had to pay them because money is bounced back and we had to use systems to make sure that we pay them. So we are in that situation, and we know that between the day when a decision was taken that the matter must be on the normal roll. I'm not going to question judiciary. I'm not in that position to do so. But the decision was taken by the JP that it must be on the normal roll. Between that date and March, the expectation that we'll find a shell, there's nothing that will be there. Already, we do know that there are SASA members that have been moved to FNP. And we have not been engaged on that. In fact, I did talk to the head of SASA to say, but how did they get information? But we leave that for another day because it's the protection of the poor and those that get but that happens while ITHALA already is in a bad position. And unfortunately, we're not in control of the process. The decision must come somewhere or the judiciary must do so. Our standing, we are not a bank and we really don't know who we are. Just to be frank, because it's important. If we have got no exemption, we have got no license, we are something in between. We are not even a mutual bank. The reason that we rejected mutual bank, it does not give us a status as government to be in control. You do not take any decision as a state. Any other person who's a shareholder, who's a depositor can be a shareholder. So we may as well give it to somebody. But we do know that we have got an infrastructure that we need to protect. And that's a discussion that we're having to say if the depositors run or are taken by the commercial banks, what then happens to our infrastructure? Now, the RA becomes critical there because when they liquidate, they will sell the infrastructure. In fact, they'll take it on auction. We know how it works. Then you lose everything. Or somebody somewhere will be waiting to say, now I've got an infrastructure, I can start a bank or I may expand myself. So, but that will only come up after March, after the court, because if there is no solution between now and March 23 or so, then the courts will have to decide. At this point in time, we're in limbo. We have to talk about the risks as a province now, because there's a huge liability. Forget about 2.1 billion that had to be set aside to protect the depositors. If we're to deal with everything, the liability is much higher. And it's not going to affect only ITHALA SOC or ITHALA IDFC. It's going to affect the whole province because they will come to ATIA as a shareholder and they will come to the province. We must then bear the consequences as the province and make sure that that amount of money that we've projected it's found. So that's the challenge that we have now. And I think we can't delve deeper into the merits of the case because some of the issues that we're raising, they're contesting them. And they may use them against us. And we do know that already in newspapers, and they're using media to indicate the only point that they're raising is that ITHALA is insolvent. That's what they're saying. They may not prove it now, but the time they respond to our papers, you'll find that when you go to ITHALA coffers, nothing will be left there because we're not transacting, we're not doing anything. And those that have left now, who are members of SASA, you'll find that they've left with a lot of money. So it will be very difficult to argue at the time. So we're in a tricky situation, and it's because we're not in control of the decision making in terms of the future of the bank. We have a team that we have put together as technocrats, which I chair, where we discuss issues and process them. There is a committee which is also chaired by the Honorable Premier that directs on what we need to do, which also include the issue of our legal position as to how we approach matters. That's why it may not be possible for us to share some of the local documents because it depends on how they respond to us and how do we then respond to their papers moving forward, because those are the strategies. But for now, we're exchanging documents, and we'll hear when they respond to our papers as to say what they are saying, because once they respond, we have to respond again. Then we agree on the date, because the date is tentative. The parties are yet to meet at the chambers of the judge and then agree. I think they're meeting today to agree on the actual date for a court case. But there's a lot that is happening. There are discussions, but we are expecting the unexpected as well, because we don't know what will be the outcome. So we are in that situation. I thought I must just share this so that you get a sense as to, I know the colleagues have got plans, but currently we're fighting for our survival. Who are already 3 feet underground. So if they dig deeper, 6 feet, they're going to close. If we make it, we'll be resurrected. So we're in that position. How we manage this issue becomes critical. But at this point in time, what we know, they're interested in the depositors. I'm a depositor, but they have not called me. How that is going to happen, I don't know. How long it's going to take, I really don't know. So imagine other people in the whole province who have not been called, nothing has happened to them, which means you must just forget about that money. If you do get it back, you'll be lucky. So it's that position that you find yourself. And the other tricky part that I may share with the House is that the banks, of course, we did meet them because we were to engage them. And they're very clear. For them is to test the waters. If they have an appetite, they will take it. So which means we'll be moved to them. If they see that this thing is not going to work for them, they will throw it away. If they throw it away, it's back to us. But it's back to the ordinary citizens of this province. So we still have to deal with the consequences, but at least the scenarios are there. It's just that we don't know which way it's going. If it means that we must apply for a new license, we are ready to do so. The only problem is that there's always a moving goalpost when it comes to the requirements or conditions. Every time they change, and you can see that this thing is going nowhere. Now they're sticking on insolvency. As they're doing that, they're recruiting depositors. So they know if we don't have depositors, we are not a bank, we've got nothing. Anyway, you don't have a license, you are not recognized. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for...
It was a very, very long answer, HOD. Thank you. But yeah.
No,
Robert Lopa, yeah, please.
Thanks, Chair, for that one, because I had a feel that it's like we are not going anywhere, because if ITHALA does not have exemption and is not a bank, but I think the justice must be sought in regard to insolvency. As the CEO has explained to us, the effort that they have been put, to the work of ITHALA and what they have, that they are arguing. But because the matter is in the court, we don't want them to open everything, to say we are doing this and this. But the understanding that the question that I was having was that when the contestation around the issue of insolvent, can the ITHALA assured us that we are really not insolvent? Just in one word. Yes, we are sure that if there is insolvent, the meaning of insolvent, ITHALA is not part of that. So that maybe we can be confident that maybe if it goes to court, because this is the contestation now that they are having. I think the HOD chair has responded to the question that I wrote down, because I wanted to know the information that has been taken by the other banks. That is it within the rights of the clients of ITHALA that the information that they entrusted to ITHALA is no more with them. That one is just a general question to ask for the protection of the ITHALA. Maybe let me just, of the client, let me ask all of them. The issue of the non-payment of service providers, as well as the staff, are they not affected by all this process? Maybe if we can get an understanding, because, you know, if the government have got a policy to pay the contractors within 30 days, and now, because since this RA came, I don't know how many months they are not paid, because it backfires on the government also, although this RA is just coming up with this, I don't want to say arrogant, but something like that approach. On the consequence management, I'm glad that the CEO indicated that they will give us the detailed information. But also, because I was looking at it on the response to say that 24% cases, the outcome of the investigation led to the dismissal of the implicated employees. So we are happy. Dismissal, we are hearing that, not just notice and so on. So I want to make my friend next to me to be happy that they are dismissal according to this, and also the others that are there. But I want to say these percentages, we must have numbers, because if you say 24% of what, when you come back with the details, because even 10 has got a percentage, you know, how many? That the 24% is 24% of what, when you come back with the detailed report. Maybe let me stop there, looking at the time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matlopa. Yes, SCOPA questions are afterwards. Is it a question?
No, thanks, Chair. No, it's just not a question. I know we are still dealing with SCOPA members, and sorry for that. Just a second. I just want, maybe through you, Chair, that you caution the department while answering that this meeting is public, because I'm hearing some of the questions that are at the core of the contestation in court, so that we don't do something that will compromise our case ultimately. Thanks.
Yeah, it's interesting you say our case. I don't know who are you appearing for in the matter. Listen, the bottom line is, I made a statement about this earlier, is that this matter is a matter of public record now. You can walk down to the Pietermaritzburg High Court now, and you can ask for the file on this. This matter's been in the media. This is not shock, horror, breaking news that ITHALA is in trouble. And so I don't think it's going to cause any further ructions. The whole idea of today is to try and get to the truth of what's going on. And I hope that I might be able to do that when I get the chance to answer questions. Can I just ask the responses? We're 2 hours into the meeting now. I know that we're late because of us, because of our engagement with EZEMVELO, and I don't mind staying here till 10 o'clock at night. I come from the SCOPA National Assembly School, where we had many long 6-hour engagements, 7-hour engagements, so I don't have a problem. But if I can just ask you to keep the answers short and sharp and to the point. Let's ask questions and get answers and not make long political statements. It'll be useful. So you've got a question from Honourable Matlopa. If you could just respond to that as briefly as possible. And then I think Honourable Matlopa is done. I'm going to go to Honourable Dirks, and then I'm going to ask questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll just quickly touch on the solvency. I can assure the committee that ITHALA is solvent. We even had, which if you all do refer to the court papers, there is an expert opinion in there as to the solvency of ITHALA as well. So it's not just a opinion coming from internally of ITHALA, but we had a service provider come in to assess ITHALA's and put it as part of the court papers. And they have also concluded that ITHALA is a solvent entity. If you do read those court papers, it will give you a lot insight into ITHALA solvency. In terms of service providers not paid, since day one that the RA walked into the business, they basically said they're here to protect depositors' funds, and they will decide who they pay and won't pay. We concluded procurements prior to their appointment, and the RA refused to pay those, although the services were rendered within his period, because, for instance, I'll use an IT system or computers that we had to upgrade, especially because of the cyber attack. And he's refused to pay an SMME that contracted to provide us with these computer equipments, and it goes into the millions. And that SMME probably has to close his doors down because he's taken out a loan with the bank to service these. So he's refused to pay a lot of service providers. We've got Provincial Treasury also involved to notify them of the PFMA requirements to ensure that if services have been provided, they need to be settled, and yes, they have to be settled within 30 days. They've Provincial Treasury wrote directly to the RA, and they refused to follow that. Their stance remains that they would pay service providers that they feel that that is there to protect depositors. Remember, ITHALA is not just a deposit-taking entity. It does loans and insurance business. What the RA has done now in terms of shutting down and locking up all bank accounts affects the loan business and the insurance business. So ITHALA is completely handcuffed with no income. We cannot even collect on the loans currently because they've informed ABSA, cut off all services of incoming and outgoing funds. So clients, if you have a loan with ITHALA, you probably know that you cannot pay your loan. Because when you try and pay your loan via EFT, it will come up on your banking screen saying account frozen or something to that effect. Yeah, so in terms of the service providers, they are suffering. A lot of them have already started legal action against ITHALA. And our concern there is that if the RA or the PA doesn't win into this liquidation, that we will be forced into liquidation by our creditors. Thank you.
Honourable Dirks.
Thank you very much. My first question is there any relationship between ITHALA and Tech Mahindra? If there is, what is that relationship?
Currently, there is no active relationship with Tech Mahindra. Tech Mahindra was contracted in 2017 to deliver a core banking platform. And we currently also, upon taking over there, I opened a criminal case. There's a case with the Hawks regarding that process. The board also took action to recover the monies on a civil basis. We've had a one court matter. Unfortunately, one of the the attorneys that were using had other problems and was taken out by the Legal Practice Council. So we've had to regroup on that matter. But what I can say is that when it comes to that matter, this board and management have first realized there was an issue of crime. In terms of the Corruption Act, we are obliged to go and report if there's a potential of crime. We did that. 2, we are required to go and recover the money. We went to court. We can disclose here that when we went to court, we discovered that the attorneys that represent our detractors in court are the very attorneys where the RA comes from. Yeah. And we've reported that to the lawyers in terms of that aspect.
Yeah, you can just give me a very brief answer. You don't have to go into details. The core banking platform is an IT solution that I presented.
There was if you read the reports, because I'm also secondary in the information, if you read the reports, you hear that there was going to be a core banking platform that was going to be rolled out. I can't remember the name of the platform. However, when the process started, project walkthroughs, all those things where you see the concept, proof of concept, the management team that was there at the time said that when there was time for demonstration, they couldn't see anything that had been developed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The reason why I'm asking these questions was my main question is actually the issue about the cyber attack on the bank. That cyber attack, and the cyber attack took place last year, November. Last year, November, the cyber attack took place last year, November. Miraculously, we find the depositors' personal information sitting with the FNB Bank. Could it not have been lost during that cyber attack? Because you are aware that this IT company, Tech Mahindra, you are aware that Bowman's is their legal advisor, and you are also aware that the RA, the repayment administrator, is a director of Bowman's. So those kind of conflicts, it is extremely disturbing. That kind of information. Your repayment administrator there is sitting on the board of Bowman's as a director, and then Tech Mahindra, you had an IT relationship with them. There's a cyber attack on the bank. Information has gone missing. So those are my concerns regarding this issue about the cyber attack. Maybe you should delve a little bit deeper in the cyber attack. Thank you. That's all I'm to say.
That's not really a question, but you're putting the scenario. Okay, thank you, Honourable Dirks. Yeah, I think we must also be careful about stick to facts and speculation. But yes, there certainly are many questions to be asked, and perhaps it's crossed my mind that perhaps, depending how this matter plays out, that we should call the Prudential Authority to SCOPA to answer questions, because they're on the other side of the thing, or to finance, whichever other one. Anyway, let me get into my yes.
Can we not? Sorry to interrupt. You just bringing something to mind. Can we not ask the repayment administrator to come and appear before SCOPA? Can we not call him?
It's something we can consider, yeah, depending how the matter works out.
Can it be urgent, Chairperson? Please.
Sure, I'll phone him now and tell him to come this afternoon.
No, we need that.
My point is, we
need to see that one.
Of course. But this is exactly what I wanted to get into. So I just want to, okay, members buckle in. I've got a lot, okay? And if you want to go now and have lunch or whatever, you're welcome to do it, because I'm working with these folk now. That's going to take a while. I'm just briefing you all. Just a quick question. The SIU investigation into the Tech Mahindra deal, is that an SIU investigation into the RDFC or into ITHALA? Just yes or no, I just want to know. Or both? Okay, so it's to investigate that deal that you just told us about. Okay. All right, and the nice thing, members, you'll know we work very closely with the SIU, so I'm no doubt they will keep us advised of that process and how possibly, Honourable Dirks, it ties into the scenario you're planning out. Okay, so what I want to just get into is the following. So a bit of a, and I'm just going to fire a couple of things. I just need a confirmation. I'm trying to put certain facts out of dispute. Okay. We agree that the KwaZulu-Natal Finance Investment Corporation was formed in 1978. Do we agree? KFIC. KFIC. It was formed in 1978, and then later it became RDFC, the Italy Development Finance Corporation. There's no argument with that. Okay. and that IDFC is the 100% shareholder of ITHALA SOC. There's no argument there. I'm just putting facts out of dispute here. Okay, and that's the ITHALA SOC. I'm not going to use the word bank because this is a very important word. Okay, was founded to fund business enterprises, SMMEs, cooperatives, entrepreneurial support, aimed at creating BBBEE, commercial and industrial property development and management, savings, lending, insurance, and retail and corporate banking services. Okay? And then funding for industrial infrastructural projects. Is that correct? That was the primary function of the IDFC. Yes. Okay? All right. Then ITHALA SOC was created as a wholly owned subsidiary of the IDFC and was empowered to accept, hold, and invest deposits offered by any purpose on such conditions. And this is important. So just that ITHALA was empowered to accept, hold, or invest deposit offered by any person on such conditions, this is important, members, that the Minister of Finance or the Prudential Authority may determine in terms of the Banks Act. So in other words, right from the beginning, ITHALA had to operate within the rules of the Minister of Finance and the Prudential Authority. Okay. So it seems a bit strange when a stick is taken out for the Prudential Authority, when it was agreed right in the beginning that it is the rules of the Minister of Finance and the Prudential Authority that govern how ITHALA works. Am I right? Is that fair? So it's a bit unfair to now, at this stage, take out the stick for the PA because they are operating within their law. Which the Prudential Authority resides under. Yes. The point I'm trying to make is ITHALA is under the jurisdiction of its raison d'etre, its reason for existence. It is controlled by the Minister of Finance and the Prudential Authority. Because there's what concerns me, and you must agree or disagree with me, there is this image out in the media that the Prudential Authority is this horrible bunch of people who come and rip people's lives apart. But in actual fact, the Prudential Authority is there to protect all of us with the money that we hold in our accounts. Because that comes down to conducting the business of a bank. Do you agree with that? The Prudential Authority is a good organization. 100%. That's another issue which will be decided by the courts. The point is, I'd like us to recognize the legal authority of the Prudential Authority. Okay, and the Banks Act. Right, so moving further along, one of the conditions of the exemption that was granted was the exemption was General Notice 1169 of 22 July 2022. Do you agree? That was the initial exemption, right? Yes, that's the last one. Now, I have the exemption notice, which, by the way, members, is gazetted. It's not a letter from someone's office. It's gazetted, okay? And it sets out some specific, so there's no argument that there is a General Notice 1169 of 22 July 2022, which was gazetted, number 47063, all right, which sets out the terms and conditions of the bank acting. Now, I'm going to go to it just now, but sorry.
No, Chair, we want to follow. Where are we now? Are we still?
I'm asking questions.
or on these three?
Yes, and I told you to buckle in. I'm going to. Oh, no, okay, that's fine.
Yes.
All right.
I want to know
Okay.
where we are.
Do you agree that that resolution exists and that exemption was granted a journal notice and it was gazetted? Correct. Okay, so it was issued. Do you know what section 4 of that exemption notice dealt with? Just tell me exemption 4. What, so section 4 of the exemption, what did that relate to? Right. What is the first condition? Sorry? No, that's not the first condition. The first condition mentioned in that section. Okay, well, let me find it quickly. Let's. No, sorry. Okay, let me correct you, because this is where we need to have a reckoning of the facts. Section 4.1. The activities of, now I'm talking about the gazetted exemption. Maybe you're talking about some other document that you've got in your head. The activities of ITHALA shall, insofar as they correspond to the activities contemplated in subparagraphs A, B, C, and D, maybe that's what you're talking about. All right. Provided that ITHALA may not, in the performance of its activities, what's the first thing? Let me help you. May not use or refer to itself or in its divisions description or symbol indicating or calculated to lead persons to infer that such a division is a bank. But this is where you are incorrect. Because if I go back, I have documentation here that shows that you advertise personal banking, corporate banking. It's on your letterheads. It's on your documentation. Can you please explain that? Yeah, sure. Oh, great. No, it's just section 4. Yes, I didn't ask questions about that. I asked about the fact about you using the words banking. Okay, I'll grant you that. Right. I have documents here which actually show they're advertising documents. And they refer to personal banking, business banking, stokvel banking. Up. Yep. Yes. The point is, no, fair enough, I'll give you that. If I were to walk into the street up and down the road here and I asked anybody I bumped into, and I'm speculating now, so I can't prove this. Is ITHALA a bank? I'm telling you now that all say yes, as they understand a bank.
No, Chair.
That's my question. Yes. Yeah, okay, so let me bring you back to 4.1.1. It says, or calculated to lead persons to infer that it is a bank. I'm referring to the exemption notice, 1169. Section 4, conditions, section 4.1.1. Then section 4.1.2, in respect of itself and its divisions or undertakings, a name or description that includes the word bank. Yes, my argument is did you in fact do that? Maybe not in your time, but maybe before you, because there is documentation that shows that on official info given out to the public, that there is personal banking, corporate banking, stokvel banking. What impression does that give to the man in the street or the woman in the street? Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Chair. Honorable Chair. Thank you, Chair. I thought we are inside the chamber. I'm seeing that honorable member was not introduced.
Yes, sorry. Thank you very much, honourable member. May you introduce yourself, please? All right. Okay. Mr. Hunt, if you don't mind just taking a seat over there, these meetings are open to the public and media may attend. Yes. Oh, I see. Where would he rather sit? All right, no. Please, let's be clear. I'm happy as chair of this committee that you sit at that side there, please. All right, let's carry on. Yes. Yes, okay. Yes. Allows us to. So why does but that's very strange, because why does it say here in the document? It says here, the activities of ITHALA, so far as they correspond to the activities contemplated in subparagraphs A, B, C, D, and E, of the definition of the business of banking, section 1.1 of the Banks Act, be performed by virtue of the powers confirmed in terms of the provisions of ITHALA Act, provided that ITHALA may not, in the performance of activities, then it goes into use or refer to any divisions, activities as bank or banking, use in respect of any of its divisions or undertaking a name or description that includes the word bank or any derivative thereof, or the words building society. Remember, this is all prefixed by may not. All right. And in addition to the specific conditions set down below, the activities shall also not comply with the Banks Act and the Prudential Authority. This is the legal instruction given to you. So I'm asking you now, if you look at advertising, no, hang on a second, I'm the chair and I'm busy. When you refer to, when you look at information that is in the public domain relating to ITHALA SOC, it uses the word banking, bank frequently. Do you not believe that, this is my question to you, I'm not having a debate here with you. Do you not believe that some responsibility should be taken for using those terms in contravention of the said exemption? All right, well, that's fine. I've put it on record that I believe the point I'm trying to make is the management of ITHALA do not have clean hands in this matter. And I'm going to be showing you that. All right, okay. So then if we move forward here, there are a whole lot of things here. The other thing is that you were told you could not take deposits. Would you inform the committee how much in terms of rands did ITHALA SOC take in terms of deposits after the exemption expired on the 15th of December 2023? If you don't know, I can help you. This was after you were told no more deposit taking. No, please. It's because you looked at your CFO and he shook his head, so I thought maybe you didn't know. All right, well then I'll ask the question again. No, he was shaking his head. Maybe he didn't know. All right. Dave, well, listen, my friend, if you can't take the heat, this is SCOPA. This is SCOPA. Mr. Dr. Vilakazi, please answer the question. How much money did ITHALA SOC take after it was told not to take, after the exemption expired on the 15th of December? No, I'd like you to give me an answer. How much? I said, how much in rand terms did you take? No, how much did... Are you refusing to answer my question? My question is very simple. It's a number. It's a number. I ask you again, Dr. Vilakazi, and if you continue, I'll have to report this. I don't know if you get held in contempt for not answering questions, but I'm asking you a simple question. How much funds in rand was taken by the bank, after the 15th of December 2023, when you were clearly informed no more deposit taking? Can you just tell me that figure?
I can say here clearly,
yes,
that there are no funds that were taken in terms of the deposits after 2015, which are not part of the funds before the 2015.
I said 15 December 2023.
The funds of the 15th of December 2023 and the funds on the 16th of December 2023 are the same.
But the ABSA records, which are in the court papers, show that you took, sorry, not you, ITHALA SOC took deposits in of 4 billion rand.
No.
Yes, you did.
No.
It's in the...
No.
So you're denying the facts?
No.
Okay. Well, let the record reflect that the court papers show. We have the long, lengthy pages upon pages upon pages of ABSA records show
with due respect,
4 billion rand.
Protect myself now, okay? Because you're not willing to protect me from yourself. Right?
All right.
With due respect.
Yes.
With due respect. On the 15th of December 2023, we had an exemption. You agree?
It expired on the 15th of December.
On the 15th of December, 12 midnight, we had an exemption. Correct?
It expired then.
We had an exemption. Right? I'm correct. It expired on the 15th of December. We had an exemption. The deposits that you see on the 15th of December were lawfully collected under an existing exemption.
This is after the 15th of December.
Wait. Because I said I'm going to protect myself from you.
Okay.
On the 16th of December is a holiday in this country.
Yes.
Right? No ACB's inflows move in and out of banking. Right?
Yes.
On the 17th of December, the president declares a holiday for the wing of the Springbok. Recall? It's a holiday.
Yes, I do recall.
Yes. It's my accounts in terms of banking, even if the other people have put in the ACB inflows. Your RA or the RA is appointed.
Did you just say your RA?
Sorry.
Well, what are you trying to infer from that?
My apologies. The RA.
Incredible.
The RA gets appointed first on the 12th, then they realize they've got a mistake, then they appoint him on Monday. So when he arrives Monday, what has he got? What does he see? He sees the deposits that were lawfully collected. I rest my answer like that.
All right, well, that's fine, because the thing is, the problem is the ABSA records show continued deposit taking activities. It's in the same court papers you have. It's in the court papers. Anyway, let's go there.
I didn't know that I'm sitting here to answer the court papers. I said here.
Do you really think that I would not do my own research?
To provide the answers to you.
Honorable Vilakazi.
And you said,
Dr. Vilakazi, do you really think I would not do my own research?
but you're quoting the papers.
Really?
Where are my papers?
You know who I am.
But where?
You know my history. You know I'm a forensic investigator by trade.
Yes, but
You
where?
really think I wouldn't do my own
But
investigation?
where are my papers? Why are you not quoting my paper?
It's the same matter that you're involved in. Well, then bring your papers and quote from them.
Not in court yet.
This is not a court matter. I'm asking you simple questions, and you're having a massive issue answering a simple question of deposit taking. That's all. Anyway, let's carry on. Let's carry on. Now, one of the issues that has come to light is that
Chair,
the value of the loan book. Yeah.
my apologies, I'm getting disturbed a bit.
Yes.
I'm getting disturbed a bit. So can you clarify to me what you mean by deposits from a banking perspective?
Simply money coming into the accounts from
The
depositors.
Chair,
Deposits
Chair.
that allude to, sorry,
Chair,
can I
Chair.
answer this question?
No,
Deposits that you allude to include ACB limits and inflows, which are not qualifying as deposits.
Chair. Chair.
All right.
Please,
some order here.
Chair, please, we as the community of this province, we are in defense of ITHALA. Can we not weaken the case? That is sub judice at this moment. Some of the questions now we cannot go to the space of no, we're not going to allow that, Chair. We are in defense. No, Chair, we are in defense of ITHALA. We are in defense of ITHALA. We cannot now, or some other questions we must watch as the committee. It cannot weaken the case at hand. We as the province ourselves, we are defending ITHALA. We cannot weaken the case. So let's watch now on the questions that we are asking. It cannot touch on the sub judice matters because now we lose the case. We don't want to see ITHALA losing the case. We must watch that one.
Well, first of all, are you telling me as the chairperson of the committee what questions I can ask?
No.
Yes, you are.
Not to control the chair to say which questions you must ask, but let's take into consideration that there is a case at court at this moment. So matters that are sub judice, we cannot then weaken our own case that we're defending. We are
Who's our own case?
I myself as the MK representative, we are defending the case of ITHALA. So we cannot lose that case.
Okay. I've actually got a legal opinion on the sub judice rule from Vanna, one of our legal advisors, and she agrees with me that judicial officers who sit in these matters are not swayed by what they see in the media. This is not a jury system, so I'm going to overrule that. I believe any member here can ask questions. Now, I'm actually busy with my questions, but it seems everybody's trying to interrupt me. I was very patient while you were asking yours. Honorable Matlopa?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. That's why I was asking in the beginning, because I did not hear where we are now. Chair, if there is a legal opinion that was done by the legal advisor of the committee, I think all of us, we should have that document. Because what is happening now, the chair is quoting, and this thing will be binding to us to say the decision was taken in the meeting on the document that we don't have as members. I think the resolutions, these three resolutions that we took, if there was a legal opinion that was taken by the committee, the chair was supposed to share with us as members. Because at the end of this decision that will be taken, we will be binded because we have signed as part of this meeting. We thought that the questions on the three resolutions have been asked and finalized, but the chair keep on referring to a document, to that document.
But Honorable Matlopa, thank you very much.
No, Chair, I don't think it's fair, even to the ITHALA, the way.
My questions about insolvency.
And the matter is sub judice, as the colleague was indicating. We agreed in the beginning to say that the matter is sub judice. But now, if we are asking those questions of the court before the court sit, I think it's very unfair to the ITHALA Chair.
The person.
Before the courts is about the insolvency of the bank. I'm not asking questions about the insolvency of the bank. I've not asked one question as to the solvency of the bank. In fact, you have. You asked a very simple question. I'm asking questions about the activities I can't believe I'm actually having to do this. I'm asking questions about the activities of the bank that led to this situation. Because unfortunately, the position that is being presented, which is not true, is that the bank acted completely innocently, that ITHALA acted completely innocently as they came along. And you are out of order, Honorable Matlopa. You are out of order.
No,
it's
because
Chairperson.
You are out of order, Honorable Matlopa. You are out of order. My point is, I cannot believe I have to defend my line of questioning to this committee. I'm questioning the actions of the bank up to the date of the loss of exemption and the actions after that. I'm not talking about the solvency of the bank, which is what is before the courts.
But Chairperson.
Can I
Okay, I will let Honorable Naya say, then yourself.
say where I think
You're out of order. You've got to go in order. Honorable,
to say
you're out of order.
Insolvent.
You're out of order.
You are saying about
There are other members
from the RA to say that they never followed what they were told. You are saying that when the exemption was expired, they continued taking it. That's what we are saying in this.
Yes, and that's not in front of the court.
It is in front of the court, Chair. It's in front of the court. That is why, Chair, we are saying now we are encroaching to the other space.
You go.
Chair, can I say something?
Yes, Honourable. Now I was trying to, but Honourable Lobo is completely out of order. Yes.
Can I?
Can Honourable? She was before you, sir.
I just want to say to honourable members that I think that we're becoming a little bit too emotional about this. And I do understand our stance and where we are, but ITHALA will have their day in court. And based on their papers and their representation, a decision will be made. But we have to remember as a committee what our mandate is as a committee and what work we have to do. And I think that it is the prerogative of the chairperson to ask the questions that he wants to ask, because we were all given a chance and we asked whatever we want to ask. And I sincerely think that we have really lost our place here and embarrassed ourselves by undermining a chairperson of a committee. And so, colleagues, I just want to ask that we not become emotional about this, but allow the chairperson to ask the questions he wants to, because we were given the opportunity to ask the questions that we wanted to ask. And then thereafter, the chair will guide us as to how this meeting should proceed. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
Thanks, Chairperson. I don't think, Chairperson, it is fair the way you are asking them questions. You are asking question after another without even giving them a chance to respond to some question you have asked. I think you have to give them a chance to respond to a question instead of asking a question after another question. And again, I don't think there's someone who's emotional in this sitting. Besides, Chairperson, I can see even the face of the Chairperson that no, he's emotional now. I submit, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Right, let's proceed. Dr. Vilakazi, we've canvassed. Yes, please say what you want to say.
We paused because we're going through the matters.
Yes.
You're going through the matters. Just to assist the chair and the members, the issue of the exemption is in court. The conditions of that exemptions are in court. In fact, it's at the Supreme Court of Appeal. So there are more than 2 matters that are in court. Whilst the latest matter might be so prominent in the media, but that matter about the conditions of that. For instance, because I'm be forced now to state my case.
Chair,
right?
Can I come in? Can I come in, Chair?
Who is that? Yes.
Chair,
Is it a point of order?
Yes, sir. I think as much as my honourable member said we must not be emotional,
But I think as Dr. Vilakazi is explaining, firstly, we don't have the document that you are referring to. Okay, it's fine. But my request or my suggestion is that these matters are sub judice. Can we skip them? Because now Dr. Vilakazi is continuing to say the line of questioning that you are coming with are in court. Why are we discussing it? Let's discuss something else.
So are you saying that you are not prepared to answer questions about the appointment of the PA's appointment of the repayment administrator? Okay. Okay, so
not quoted the document. That's before the court. So I would urge strongly so, because I'm here, I'm a component of an affidavit. When you depose affidavit, because you don't get forced as the man, it becomes an argument by the 6th for the child. Procedurally, what is happening here? Not correct.
Let me ask you a very simple question. When was the RA appointed? Do you remember the date? I'm asking the question. Do you remember the date? Okay. Is that 12 December 2023? Okay. All right. Yes or no? I've read them very well. I've got them right here. Are you okay? Okay. Tell me if you can or cannot answer this. Are you contesting the provisions of Section 83 and 84 in terms of appointing the? Are you contesting the validity of the appointment of the RA by the Prudential Authority? Because I think you know, I'm referring to the Prudential Authority would have looked at Section 83 and then looked at its powers in terms of Section 84 and would have appointed the RA. Are you contesting that? Yeah. All right. All right. Okay.
Chair, if I may.
Sorry, can I just finish my thoughts here before everybody jumps in? I'm just trying to establish this. I'm not trying to ask you about your challenge. I'm just confirming, are you challenging the Prudential Authority's action in appointing the RA? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes, I know. There's 7 matters, yes, I know. Yeah. Okay. This is not a competition. I'm asking questions. What I'm trying to get to, Dr. Vilakazi, is do you believe that the actions of ITHALA SOC have been completely free of blame from July 2022, when the exemption notice was issued? It will, yeah. Well, okay. Can I put that question to you? Yes. Mhm. Okay. So as far as you're concerned, okay. Yep.
Anything out of or dispose of his assets, PFMA kicks in.
Correct.
If you are going to apply for the banking license, PFMA kicks in. Section 54 of PFMA. I'm a banker, but I know the act.
Yep.
You cannot dispose that. You have to go through that process. And when we tell a regulator, be pragmatic, because you are not the commercial entity here. You are dealing with an institution that has got two boards. One is PFMA, the other one is a bank stand. And by the way, going to our constitution says wherever there are two pieces of legislation, PFMA trumps that legislation.
Yeah. Right. So tell me the cyber attack on IDFC. Did that affect the loan book? Was the loan book lost? I'm just asking. The cyber attack. Oh, okay. So it didn't affect the integrity of your records. Okay, no, that's fine. Sorry? Yes. Okay, well, that's a wonderful vote of confidence. So are you happy with the loan book? That it's a solid loan book, that what's the term, the ECL, is it the ECL is strong? And so if the loan book is good, does that include the 267 people under the age of 18 who were cash loans? Because, you know, a loan book's only good as good as the ability to repay, correct? And I believe your winding down document was concerned about that you might have a shortfall if you have to do that. Sorry, can you just come closer to the mic? Thanks. Maybe.
Moves. Okay. In terms of our loan book, I mean, we have one of the strongest loan books in banking. And the reason why I say that is because we are 99.45% of our loan book is secured. We don't go into the unsecured lending space. The only 0.55% that is unsecured got to do with the home loans, with the rural home loans. That is a unique offering that ITHALA offers to the rural communities. And remember, that's our mandate at the end, to provide financial inclusion for the entities. Our ECL is quite low. Our book has remained quite strong, even over this period where the RA has been in the business. We haven't been lending, as I said, from January 2024, and that loan book is very strong. It continues to remain strong. And why I say that as well is that we have quite a few agreements in place with various employers in order to ensure that salary deductions are made from the employees to pay back their loans. So that's why we have one of the best performing loan books out there in the country at the moment. That's
Are you willing to answer questions relating to your winding down documents, your scenarios? Are you willing to answer questions on that or not?
So that's currently, I mean, the whole issue around the solvency and the papers or the court papers. So obviously we filed our court papers in support of that. The solvency document can just barely say it's an internal document which uses stress scenarios versus assumptions. And those stress scenarios assumptions will vary between entity and entity. Therefore, even if you look at those, what's in the media currently and what's in those papers, they've indicated IDFC has done their own work and come up to a bigger number. As I said, these are numbers that are not audited, follow no accounting standards, and are purely assumptions on various stresses that the entity can follow. So one of those stresses is that worst case scenario, what will be the impact? And this is the worst case scenario that we put in there. And I don't want to go into more details into that, but yeah, as I said, the document would not hold any weight or should not hold any weight because it will vary from entity to entity.
It's fine. That's why I simply asked the question. And I won't go down there because, as I also know that document is before the courts. And as you said, it was an internal document. I saw the other document authored by Ms. Bengu, who I remember very well from the SASA days, when she was CEO of SASA and that debacle. But anyway, that's a story for another day. Can you tell us about the 267 clients under the age of 18 who got cash loans?
Where is that?
Can you? I'm asking, is that true?
Because I've been asking myself, where is it?
I'm asking if it's true or not. You can say yes or no, or you do.
Source of the document, and I can tell you whether I'll respond.
I'm asking, Dr. Vilakazi, can you just say I don't want to comment, or yes or no?
It's going to be before the court in our paper.
So you don't want to answer the question.
But if you knew the ITHALA products, would have an appreciation. But
sorry, if I knew?
If you knew the ITHALA product or used them, you would have a great appreciation.
I'm not a client of ITHALA. I just asked a simple question. You can just give me a simple answer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So to sum up, you're entirely happy, and either of you can answer this question, that you have acted 100% within the scope of the law, and that ITHALA has done absolutely nothing wrong in this whole situation, and you're a victim of legislation and a victim of a very cruel prudential authority who has no authority to act. Is that your position?
And that's not our perspective, what we have just summed up.
Please, can you give me your perspective?
That's not our perspective. I think that narrative is being punted by our detractors in court. And it's unfortunate that it's here in this committee.
It's a contrary narrative. If you can't handle a contrary narrative,
that's because
I'm putting it to you.
Yeah. Just because something is a narrative is not reality.
Yes, but the narrative, Dr. Vilakazi, that's coming from your side is that ITHALA have got nothing wrong, and then suddenly
no, we have never said nothing wrong.
So that's what I'm trying to get.
We've never used words such as nothing wrong, we are squeaky clean, and so on.
Okay.
In this meeting, I've just told you.
Dr. Vilakazi, what do you think you and your management should be accountable for in this whole scenario?
No, I want to answer the first question.
Okay, please.
There is no perspective from us that says we are a victim. That's not our perspective. Our perspective is that there are conditions of exemption that were put in 22 July, which were not pragmatic for us to deliver. And we approach our regulator as the law allows us, as the regulations allows us. We wrote this left hand has written 1,000 and thousands of pages to the regulator in this country, where we actually spoke to them and asked them to be reasonable and rational about some of these things, because we know we have to comply with them in time. That's our perspective. We ended up in that forum where we are because they couldn't listen to us. And where they'd listened to us, when it came to delivering what we had agreed, it became something else. But I'm not going to tell you, I'm sure you're reading that paper, but you'll hear about our meeting on the 7th of December, 2023. Just go there, look at that record. look at the record of the people that we are meeting and what they're saying to us. So that's not our perspective. Two, it's not our perspective that we are litigious. We understand that the court is not a means to an end. We went there because we ran out of the highway to engage with our regulator. And the constitution of this country, of which I have a scratch on my left-hand side of my body, protects me if I need protection. And we exercise our right as a jurisdiction person, not as persons, personal ourselves. We exercise that right, and that right exists. And that's why then our premier is also intervening, because what is clearly lacking here is a policy framework. So that's why I've been challenging the legislators. They know. Honorable Makuban and them, they know. I've asked them, the legislators, what is it that you can do for us from a legislative point of view? You are lawmakers. I can quote 2 sections of your Hansard record in Parliament, which have not been challenged by you, Chair, as a regulator, as a legislator, which puts ITHALA in where it is today. You have not done anything about it. There's no bill, there's no member's bill sorting the issue of ITHALA. I'm not a member of Parliament. I'm a banker. I don't work for banks, I'm a banker. And that's my passion. It's your duty that certain things that are policy in frameworks, that's where the issue, the crux of the matter is a lack of a policy framework that takes into account institutions such as ITHALA. We are not the first institution, by the way, to go this road. Not the recent one. Don't know whether you know the old Bank of Transvaal, which was formed through the TDRF. It went the same route. Institutions before 1994 that existed legally, so even if we were under apartheid, they were supposed to be transitioned into the new South Africa. Just like the TPV states had troops that were incorporated into SANDF, ITHALA was a legal instrument institute formed legally so, but the legislation of this country, of which I made a huge contribution. 1989, Banks Act was amended. Collapse, banking societies and all. It never talked about institutions such as this one. And I've told every governor knows that I've spoken to that you need to fix your framework. Because if you go to other markets where I've worked and been exposed to, you just don't have commercial banks at the top and then nothing in between. And then suddenly you have a mutual bank and the corporate banks and all the other things at the bottom. You need to make your space live. Other governors in other countries who are our colleagues and fraternity in the industry, since 1994, they've licensed as many as 40 banks, new banks. And those banks are not just commercial banks. They're specialized lending entities, public sector entities, mutual banks, construction banks, who makes the space to open up. Don't know whether you're aware of a Hebelstar index, which talks about concentration of an industry. If the industry is too concentrated, especially banking, when I went to the States and taught banking under Dr. Leon Sullivan, the one who had Sullivan Code of Principles in this country, I was told the banking industry functions abreast with the economy of a country. If the banking industry is concentrated, the economy of a country gets stagnated. Guess where we are as a country? That's all I can say.
Thank you for that perspective. Doctor, before I move on and maybe allow members of the portfolio committee to ask questions, I just want to make one thing quite clear. And if you've been following the media, you will see that I actually put out in the media that we need to find a solution to this problem. And may I finish? Yeah. I just want to put, if I can, pin my colors to the flag here. I'm on record in the media saying that we need to find a solution to the ITHALA problem. I'm on record saying that we need to not throw the baby out with, the words I used was, not throw the baby out with the legal bathwater. So I'm fully on your side in terms of a pragmatic solution to this thing. And I don't know about the other members, but I've gone to media on this. Okay, and I've faced criticism from both sides because of that statement. But we have to find a solution, not because of anybody in this room, but because of the grannies and our babas and the small business people that rely on ITHALA and the staff members. Nobody wants this situation at all. So in actual fact, I'm actually rooting for you, although our interaction doesn't look like it. However, I have to ask the questions, is how did we get here? And we've managed to cover a lot today. Not as much as I would have liked, but I understand that maybe the ground is not right for it now because of all the litigation. But please understand that's where this committee, well, certainly where the chair of this committee is coming from, is find out, is there accountability? And I have no problem whatsoever in calling the Prudential Authority here and asking them to account, because they are also dealing with public money. So it's a public accounts issue. So please understand where this committee is coming from. And I opened, if you remember the hearing, saying, this is where we're coming from. We want ITHALA to do well. So I regret if there's been any animosity. It certainly wasn't intended that way. And I fully endorse your, obviously you have the right to defend yourself and you have the right to defend your institution. But of course, this committee has the right to answer difficult questions and uncomfortable questions that make us not happy. Because often in that fairness, good things come out. So I'm unless there's something else you want to add to my comment now, then I'm going to ask if any other members from the not SCOPA members have any questions for you. Okay, Honourable, now I'll give you the first part, then Honourable.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make some closing remarks. I was putting up my hand earlier to say, I do understand that you as the Chair had got a legal opinion out of this meeting. But I think that going forward, you know, when we reach such points in our meeting, we do have a legal advisor for every committee. We should stop and always get legal advice before we proceed in terms of, you know, the issue of the court case and so on. But having said that, in a way, I'm glad that the meeting had reached that robust stage, because if it had not reached that robust stage, we would have not heard the story and the remarks that you had made regarding your background, regarding your passion, and the failings of government in terms of policy framework and so on. So we take whatever you have said. I think it is highly beneficial to us as politicians and as a committee. And yeah, to take away iron sharpens iron, I think that we have moved past that and we have reached a good stage of understanding where you're coming from as ITHALA, and that we have good intentions toward you and wish you all the best in your case that is coming up. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and greeting to your good self, Honourable members, and then the representative of the Department HOD and the CFO. No, Honourable Chair, in fact, I want to start by a remark and then ask just one simple question. The first thing, Chair, look, they are both challenges and setback at ITHALA. And we must simply agree. And in my own view, you will then correct this narrative if I'm wrong. In fact, we come from even much more worse place. And ITHALA has now been gradually fixing some of those things. Why I'm saying that, if you go to the AG report, I think for 3 consecutive years now, you say it's 5. Yeah, but significantly you have improved. There is then stability. Also, your operational integrity, your governance. At one stage, I think you suffered just to put a board, which is not a simple thing, given qualification, and you are fixing that. However, there would have been minor challenges. For example, the PA is alleging the loss of around 520 million. Those are hard challenges that, which I don't know whether it was Honourable de Klerk initially. I think he raised an important point that says, while we want to, and you have been doing, I think, a good job to clean up those things. While we want to save ITHALA, let us demonstrate. You know, if you are, let me just use a narrative. I'm not saying it's a case now, but if you are fighting against powerful forces, the first thing that is important in our culture is that you must cleanse yourself. You must have spiritual cleansing so that you must be pure, so that you will be equal to the war against those forces. And in this case, to be equal will mean the extra effort you have been putting in with your team must be doubled. There must be clear time frame reference on areas. But on our side, Honourable members, I will argue, Honourable Chair, that the reality is that the Bank Act need particular amendment, and it's not us. By the way, it's provincial legislatures who can change that, but it does not mean we cannot do anything. I think we can pass the resolution in the House and petition the NCOP. I think on that area, we also need to take that point as honourable members and move with speed, because even if you go to court and temporarily win, you will still need to apply. And the reality is that the Act requires you to be a national entity. You are not a national entity, you are a provincial entity. So we need that particular alignment. that resolution that all of us, and because what I hear is that across all political parties, there is a realization that if you collapse ITHALA, you might collapse the economy of the province entirely. So as a result, I think I will urge you, honorable members, that let us join each other and then work toward that. Now, one question, then I go, because I just wanted to make that comment, commend you on that area, but also highlight that there are areas where you need to double your effort in correcting them. But as it relates to the PA, I don't know how correct the information I have. I'm told that if this liquidation is successful, millions, in fact, to the tune of plus minus 300 million will be paid to a person who will facilitate this liquidation. Is that true? If it's that true, that is shocking, because also if you go through liquidation, your asset, you must evaluate your asset, but when they go there in auction, sometimes they are sold cheaper, which will cost us disaster. In fact, it will not serve the people of the province. That is why, Chair, I was saying I just wanted to know that whether it's true and how do we deal with that. But other than that, I wanted to make that comment. Thanks.
Honourable Dirks and then Honourable Matlopa. Do you want to respond to that?
Shareholder's going to respond. Yes, no, it's true that the facilitator will get 300 million, and that's what gets us worried. And yet our liability is even much bigger. It runs to more than even 5 billion if it's closed. Thank you.
Can I just quickly jump in there, Honourable Dirks, with your permission? On what basis do you, Doctor, is that a percentage? On what basis is that decided? Is that just an arbitrary number, or is it a percentage? %. So liquidators get 10%. So if the bank has 3 billion rands worth of assets, then it's 300 million. No, that's an obscene amount of money. You're right. Okay. Do you think that there's I'm upsetting on. Do you think that somebody has that motive, Doctor, that they want to do this simply to make money? Is that a possibility, or do you feel not, or is that too much to speculate on?
To answer, because somebody would be appointed to perform a job, and on the basis of that job, they do whatever they claim, whether it's the auditor's scale or whatever scale. But I'm getting hurt. My business is getting hurt. If when you do turnarounds, an institution that has lesser causes of decline has a chance to survive. ITHALA had lesser causes of when the Honorable who's left now asked me, I said 3 things stopped the license. There were 3 things. It was IT, this and that. But now the causes of decline by his incoming have increased. So our chance to survive hinges on us either changing this situation, and then we are able then so on the other side, you'll have all these people, business rescue practitioners, curators, and so on. They come in to do a specific job that they are told. But I'm happy as I'm sitting here that Justice Ngube in this court in Pietermaritzburg, his judgment said, and I quote, ITHALA is not a pyramid scheme. Yeah. And there's a judge, and the judgment struck against the RA. It's on record. And so when you start seeing what they're saying in the media, in fact, we're dealing with them now. We're going to report people to the BCCA and the press ombudsman. and they have to account about what they say about us. Because perception is much stronger than reality. People start believing perception, and when reality is something else.
Yeah.
So I really thank you for the indulgence to comment and so on. But he's doing his job, but at whose expense? If I share with you the pain that our people are going through, not me, just the pain, then get my family who has to claim for a funeral policy that they can't get. They're not sure whether it's going to be paid.
Yeah, sure.
A mother with a high blood pressure screaming to me on the phone, and his daughter dropping the phone because they can't get medication of high blood pressure because their money has been stopped.
Yeah.
A resident in a township in Guamash whose wife has dementia, and I'm sorry to say this, I won't disclose who, and himself has a stroke, and he comes to ITHALA to pick up his proceedings that he saves for so many years, and he cannot get access to them. So there's people, there's law, but there's also people. The drivers from Gauteng on the 16th of January, who have cars full of minibus coming here, associations that we finance, who have a card that is getting swallowed at a machine. And I can tell you so many of these stories because I sit at the call center, I get reports from the call center. There's law, but there's people. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a bit emotional now.
Doctor, that's exactly what I said in my media piece. We should not throw the baby out with the legal bathwater.
Thank you.
Honourable Dirks, I've got another question for you, but
thank you,
Honourable Dirks.
And I just want to make a last comment, Chairperson. As Umkhonto Wesizwe, we want to ensure that the ITHALA leadership that as Umkhonto Wesizwe, we will stand with you until the end on this matter here. We'll fight alongside you until the end. We are also going to, as the leadership of Umkhonto Wesizwe in this legislature, we are going to write a letter requesting a meeting with the leadership of the ANC in this legislature, not to fight with them, but to engage with them and outline the pain that you have mentioned of our people out there to them so that they can persuade the minister, the ANC minister, because the ANC minister of finance do have the executive authority to intervene in this matter and sort the matter out. So we are going to engage the ANC leadership in this legislature to persuade them to say you have to now put pressure on your own ANC minister to intervene on this matter here. And they must outline to the minister what's happening in KZN. So that's what we're going to do as Umkhonto Wesizwe. We will engage with the leadership of the ANC in this legislature regarding this matter to get them, to persuade them to talk to the minister. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable, I'm sure that you're also very aware that the MEC of Finance is being very supportive. So, yeah, no. The point is, Dr. Vilakazi and I may have had an interaction today because we are both very strong-willed people. But the point is, there's no doubt that this legislature is in favour of ITHALA for exactly the reasons you set out, for those individuals who rely on it. And I'm more than aware of the fact because before I was here, my expertise is forensic financial investigations. And this is a tough environment to do a proper justice to any of that. But I do know that the RA normally comes in with Ponzi's, and I understand the challenges. Honourable Matlopa, you've been very patient. Then Honourable Magobani. I don't know if there are any other members of the Portfolio Committee who wanted to ask questions. And I don't think anybody online. But anyway, let's try and deal with those. Are we asking questions or making statements? All right, let's get that done and then I'll wind up.
You are contesting your chief whip.
Honourable Matlopa, you have the floor.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity again. You know, we all feel emotional on what you feel as CEO. This is really not easy. People know you as a CEO of ITHALA SOC. They don't know all of us. Whatever challenges they have, they direct it to you. And we feel for that. And we want to thank you as ITHALA SOC HOD. We appreciate the caliber of the leadership of ITHALA. We appreciate the knowledge that you have shared with us. You were supposed to come and give us these responses and go. But you took your time even to educate us on what is happening, with the hope that we understand what ITHALA is going through, in particular our people in KwaZulu-Natal that is banking with ITHALA. You know, when you talk with ITHALA, I was still young when I was going with my grandmother to ITHALA with that book, bank book, that, you know, this is the only hope that our four mothers and forefathers that they have during the time of apartheid. We feel very bad to say during our lifetime now, this bank is no more going to exist. To you, but legally, yes, it's not a bank. To us, as ordinary people, we know it as a bank because it kept our father's money. And we went to school through this bank. Sometimes they went and asked the loan, and we were assisted. That is where we are today. We are saying to you, we are with you. We support you. We will always support you. And sometimes, please, asking questions may be difficult one and also may be out of line. It was trying to get maybe the information, but maybe we encroached. We apologize for that. Because the pain that we are having, maybe the time we ask those questions, it comes up to say, the people that I trust, the people that I've opened my heart to them and explained everything, but seemingly it's like they don't understand what we are going through. We really understand. We are saying we are going to support you thick and thin. There is no way that as the members of this legislature, we are not going to support you. As African National Congress, we can't allow this thing, you know, that you can be humiliated by the communities thinking that you have chowed their money when it's not you. Because the way they are talking outside there, you see ITHALA, you know, but when we talk, we must be sensitive. Maybe that is why I was saying that we must have a limit to encroach to those matters that are painful, that are in the courts. So, but I'm glad that our chair also have pledged support. Thank you, Chair, for indicating that all of us, we are supporting ITHALA, and we must continue as such. And instead of maybe asking the questions that are in the court, maybe we are supposed to sit down and say, what is it that we must do that can support ITHALA to come back to its existence and give service delivery to our people. We represent the people. The pain that they are having is the pain that we are having. So thank you very much for being fair, honest, you know, just be the way that you have explained to us. I think my colleague next to me confess, you know, even, you know, the knowledge, the way that you have really given us the information. When the others come here under oath, they don't talk like as we are talking. You open because you think this is a structure that must know everything and assist where it is necessary. Thank you very much to the team, CEO and your team. HOD, thank you very much for staying since morning till this time. It shows that you know how this particular matter is important to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We really appreciate your contribution, whatever means that we are trying to bring back ITHALA. We'll work with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honourable CQ. Dr. Vilakazi, a couple of questions I want to ask before we wind up. Oh, sorry, Honourable Magabani. Apologies. Yes, you want to add another statement.
Thank you, Chair. It's just the words of encouragement. HOD, CFO, hold on, keep holding. We are in support. We will defend you. We know the one size shoe that they treating you with the regulations that are equals to the commercial banks that they want to treat the development bank with. We know the issue. One day, as we have asked the chairperson to summon the repayment administrator as well to tell us who's important between the people of KwaZulu-Natal and him, then we will get answers. Because we need that day where we're going to ask them who's important between them and the people of KwaZulu-Natal, and they must give us an answer. Because they cannot treat you in this manner with a one-size-fits-all shoe. It's not fair. I've only learned now, as I'm old, that I'm coming from a house. My mother has been living in a house for 25 years. That's a product of ITHALA bond. It was a 14,000 rand. I've got those papers. It was a 14,000 rand house. I think it was 1987 on those papers, or 88. They were paying 214 rand a month. I've got those papers. I'm the product of ITHALA house. So nobody can tell us that ITHALA is a problem now. They must change the regulations. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Honourable Magabani. I'm sure we echo the sentiments. So, Doctor, you know it's now abundantly clear to you that we are on your side. But I need you to possibly go away and come back to us with a document as to where you feel ITHALA could have possibly gone wrong. Would you be kind enough to give us a précis of your perspective about this is what happened, this is the timeline, we could have done better here, we complied here, but we're being treated unfairly, etc., etc. Just so we have a clear picture, because I suppose that's kind of what I was trying to get at earlier, is it's a clear picture of who's wrong or right, because you are experienced enough to know, and I bow to your knowledge, that there's always two sides to a story. So it would be very useful for us to know, not because we want to hit anyone with a stick, but so we learn from it going forward. Okay. Then the other thing I'd like to know is, would you, and I really mean this now, out of your vast knowledge as a banker, would you mind sending to my assistant some suggestions of how the legislation could change? Because private members' bills are serious things. And they're difficult. And if you start with, yes, you are an expert banker, but we're not. So if you could give us some guidance, or even to me, give me some guidance of how we could go about doing this to regularize the situation, so we understand it, and then maybe we can initiate what you've suggested. You've taken us to task, and I think we should take that up. And then finally, the last question is, and this is a formal question, but maybe you can include it in that advice, that 10%, surely there should be legislation that caps that at some point. Because if somebody's liquidating something for 3 billion, let's say their work is worth R1 million or 5 million, or, but 300, surely there should be 10% and up to, your kind of wording, 10% and up to a cap of bang, maybe you can give us some advice on where that should be, because that's crazy money. It really is, especially when it's on the back of, yeah. And just my final comment on this. In my documents in the media, I said, we are dealing with the clients of ITHALA that are honest, hard-working people with aspirations and hopes, not people who wanted to make money in a get-rich-quick scheme. So we understand that, and that's what certainly I want to fight for, and everybody else has made that. And I think, seeing everybody else has said it, I think our party's made our stance clear to you in the interactions. All right. Colleagues, I think we've had a very feisty I'm happy we've had it. It's our first one where we've had a really feisty interaction. I'm sorry if it was my fault, but I think you'll get to know me. You'll get to know me by now. Ask Temba Gordy, he knows me well. But we thank you for the interaction. I'm sure it's not the last time we meet, but we wish you well. We want you to succeed. We just want to make sure that we are doing it in the correct way and that we're compliant and we learn from the lessons of the past. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate it. The meeting is adjourned, everybody. Thank you very much for all your attention. It's a long day. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Members, I think I've just hit my lucky day because I'm going to go home with a nice Toyota Fortuner. The keys were left here. So if you see me walking around the car parks pressing a button, waiting for a response, you'll know it's me. So it was left here by the coffee stand. It's only going to cost you 50,000. In fact, let's use this. I think it's 10%. Shall we say 10% of the value? Thank you, members.